Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. It is Sunday, April the 10th, and we know what that means. It is time for the Sunday Knockout. I'm Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky, and it is once again my distinct honor and pleasure to be commentating with the legend, Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan. Yasser, happy Sunday to you. How excited are you for the knockout today?
Absolutely, Danya. As always, a pleasure to be with you. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our show as we get ready for these Rapid Chess Championships. Set the table for us, Danya, because it looks to me like every single weekend we're coming out with some great matchups. Wow.
The table is set. We've got the salt, pepper, the filet mignon, chicken, any dishes that you might want.
And the salsa béarnaise.
Yeah, no, can't forget the béarnaise.
Yes.
Any cuisine we want. Let's take a look at the bracket. This is amazing. Right off the bat, and these are just the quarterfinals. We got Fedoseev, Amin Tabatabai, Hikaru against Grishuk. Talk about heavy hitters.
Right?
I mean, that's nuts. And Hikaru and Grishuk actually played in the last round of the Saturday Swiss. So this is kind of a fitting rematch. And then Wesley Levon and Dubov against Jospin, who, of course, you cannot count out. He's been doing really, really well in the RCCs. Yasser, this is as packed and stacked as it gets.
I know. And I just looked at that Levon versus Wesley So matchup. And it's like, my God, that's going to be like a finals in Berlin or something in the Grand Prix. I mean, this is really, really great. Folks, we're buckle up because it's going to be fun. And this time it's a 10+2, right, Danya? Yeah,
it's a 10+2. As opposed to yesterday, which was 10+0. So
right.
That's not to say that there aren't time scrambles, but there's not quite the same frenetic pace at the end of the game, which I think is good. It allows us to catch our breath a little. It's a single elimination. If you lose, you're out. If the 10+2 game is drawn, a single 3+2 game will be played. Everybody knows the drill. If that is drawn, a 1+1 game is played. And if that is drawn, and finally a single Armageddon game is played. Let's take a quick look at the Grand Prix leaderboard. Yasser, Fabiano Caruana has been dominating, but yesterday he crashed and burned, and that just tells us how strong the RCC is. He withdrew yesterday after like 6 rounds.
Wow, I didn't get off to a good start. And also, Hikaru has slipped in there and did qualify, but he got off to a slow start also yesterday. But Hikaru is such a beast. Fabiano, our tournament leader, our leaderboard leader, didn't qualify. Ooh, when he's absent, then the other players get a chance to catch up.
Yes, that's the motion I think Hikaru is making, because he's got 15 points to make up, and he can make up 10 of them today with a victory. But man, I can see a case being made for absolutely anybody, and Hikaru has quite the challenge already in the quarterfinals as he faces Sasha Grishuk. So the table is set. We've got all sorts of food. And the reason the table is set is owing to our main sponsor, Coinbase. The Rapid Chess Championship is brought to you by Coinbase. Whether you're looking to make your first crypto purchase or you're an experienced trader, Coinbase has you covered. Earn crypto by learning about crypto with Coinbase Earn. Explore DeFi and Web3 with Coinbase Wallet. Get exclusive rewards when you spend with Coinbase Card, and much more. Learn more at coinbase.com/chess and get $10 in Bitcoin when you sign up and verify your account. Well, Yasser and I will verify that all of the players are ready. We will go on a very short break, and when we come back, the quarterfinals of the RCC Sunday Knockout begin. You are watching the Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. Back with the quarterfinals in just a couple of moments.
Did you know you can watch top chess events right on your phone? You don't even need to download an app. Just open any mobile browser and head to chess.com/events. You can see what's happening right now, check out top games, see results, and so much more. Try it for yourself at chess.com/events.
Welcome back to the Rapid Chess Championship Sunday Knockout presented by Coinbase. Here with Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan. Our seatbelts are fastened, Yasser.
Yes.
We are ready for the first match between Grandmaster Vladimir Fedoseev, also known as Big Fish 1995, and Amin Tabatabai, also known as Amin Tabatabai. That's his account name.
I like the first name. I'm going to have trouble with the second. I mean, let's go for it. Now, Vladimir was the winner, number 1 seed, and he's up against number 8 seed. But Amin is a very, very dangerous opponent. Not a lot of people know about this young Iranian grandmaster. Do tell what you know, Danya.
Well, I think more people have heard of him now that he's played in the Grand Prix and acquitted himself tremendously. He lost to Wesley in the in the semifinals, but it was a close match. They were going back and forth.
Exactly.
He's incredibly solid. He's got the opening preparation. He's got that je ne sais quoi. I don't know what it is, but it seems that he's on the path to 2,700, and I think he's going to be a household name in these top tournaments over the next couple of years. Now, Fedoseev, Anna and I yesterday were arguing whether he was in the Vatican or in the Sistine Chapel. But wherever he's playing from, he's unstoppable. He's got the Pope's blessing.
There it is, papal decree. Yeah, I remember this was about 10 years ago. I remember having a very nice dinner with Ivan Sokolov. And Ivan had actually been working with the Iranian team, the junior team. And he said, Yasser, it's incredible. You're not going to believe these kids are incredibly talented. They're unbelievable. All of them, I've got a team of 2,500 who are going to be 2,700s. And we all went, yeah. Well, there's Farouja and the world junior champion. I'm going to mispronounce his name. Is like Mogadishu.
Maksudlu.
And so there was Ivan beating his chest and saying, like, these guys are really, really good. And we're like, yeah. That's what they all say. They were really good. Ivan was right. Quite an extraordinary generation of really old talented Iranian players. And it was a funny moment there because Vladimir stopped after this move, knight f6. And he was thinking, should I play a Grunfeld? Should I play a King's Indian defense? I mean, do I play a Catalan? And he took, of all of the moves there, the potential moves, I thought d4 takes c5 was the least expected.
It was not on my radar either, Yasser. And he follows it up with this move, c4. So the obvious question is, what is his intended response against d4? And Amin just asked that same exact question.
It's got to be b4. There's no other move that would justify White's play. But after b4, now the question is, you take on b4, or take on e5, and let's go. Then it's a kind of a weird.
Oh, this is
weird kind of and if you play e4, as you've got on the board, I go knight g5, And again, it's messy. I don't know. You're going to play bishop f5. Okay, yeah. Well, that's a horde of pawns on the queen side. I don't know what to say. I mean, do you like queen b3? Do you like queen a4?
I don't know.
No, yeah. But he has played b4.
This is right up Vladimir's alley.
It's a step down the primrose path to a real chaotic opening here.
Wow, this is happening.
Yeah. And I was thinking, so I was thinking after bishop f5, about the move queen a4. The idea behind queen a4 is I just want to defend the pawn on b4 for a moment, but who knows, that maybe on a weird, yes, exactly. There might be some tactical motifs based on that pin. Now, I don't know, the knight is going to get chased back to h3 in this case. That might not be what Vladimir wants. I mean, he might play knight d2 here as an alternative.
Yeah, that would attack the e4 pawn, although then he has to reckon with a move e3. On the other hand, e3 opens up the bishop. This is like, when I get these kinds of positions with my students, I just say, this is messy. We're not going to analyze this. But largely because I'm too afraid of making a fool of myself.
To begin with.
Right.
As a starter.
I know the move I'm going to suggest is going to be wrong.
Right. But okay, so it is a crazy kind of thing, but knight d2. So just to show how crazy things can get, knight d2, e3, knight on d2 to e4. And again, the bar didn't like that move. I don't know exactly why the bar. I'm overlooking h6.
Well, the bar also needs to go to the bar and loosen up a little bit. So
yeah, I mean, can you take a joke? Come on.
takes, and then there's d3 of some sort. Oh my goodness! No, but then bishop takes e3.
Bishop takes e3. Well,
I'm not going to pretend I have any idea what's going on here.
Good idea. Not to pretend that you know what's going on. I don't either. But okay, so we're at this moment where queen a4 got my attention first. Just queen a4 was my first, but knight d2 has got to be the alternative. The other thing, and he played it. Also, the other thing I wanted to say, and this is again, this is very weird. e3, I castle. I just castle.
The Muzio gambit on the other side.
Exactly. Now you're going to take on d2 like a strong player you are, and I'm going to take with the bishop. Now I've got 2 pawns, but I've got a massive threat in b5. And I could be a third pawn to begin with. And the fact that your king is still 2 moves away from castling, I'm not saying it's a good idea. I'm saying it's an idea that for rapid chess,
I love it.
It'd be very dangerous. Yeah.
Look, you're talking to the right person about sacrificing a knight. He plays f takes e3, so maybe he's setting it up.
Ooh.
Or is he? Because now castling would technically attack the bishop. The problem is that e takes d2 attacks white's bishop. So, whoa, bishop takes c6 check.
Whoa. Okay, this is a very... Wow.
Whoa.
Okay. He's just... I mean, talk about being a pawn grubber. I'm the pawn grubber. Now that's really going full tilt. He's saying, no, I'm going to grab the pawn on e3.
I thought the Pope fed him, but apparently not.
not well enough. And okay, again, white starts this whole thing a pawn to the good, and there's no question that e3 is falling.
Yeah.
So now can black? I'm thinking queen b8. What are you thinking?
Ooh, that's a cool move. So you want to just eat up some of my queenside pawns in return. Let's say knight takes e3.
Check.
I guess the eval bar wanted bishop takes e3, but here, for the sake of illustration, takes, you defend the bishop.
Right. That was my intent. Yep.
And you get a position like this. No, I guess that's not the right move. I guess because of no, not bishop h3. There's a knight on g5. It's so easy to blunder a piece in these positions, by the way.
Truly.
In any case, he's taken the queen and gone a5, and the eval bar is a big fan of that approach.
Well, because the bottom line is that that c5 pawn is going to fall. And you can imagine that knight takes e3, bishop g6. The worst case, you take on a5, bishop takes c5 right away, and you instantly understand, hey, wait a minute, this is huge play. Big danger for white.
This is great sort of evaluation by Amin, who's currently down 2 pawns, but realizes that even though the queens are off the board, Yasser, I think you'll co-sign this. That doesn't mean white's king is out of danger.
Not at all. Exactly. And bishop d2, I think that was a very clever move. Not that you're threatening to take on a5, but there are certain reasons why you want to keep the D line closed. Did he play castles, really?
He did.
And I was saying, the problem I have with castles is a3, and there's no a5 takes b4 issue.
Right, I'm wondering what he wants here.
I guess it's a knight e4, Danya. You go h6, knight f3, knight e4.
King e1.
Not feeling it.
Where's the
bishop? Bishop e7. I mean, no question. White's. I mean, there's comp, but
this is happening.
He's done it.
Yeah, I feel like there's no there, but I think I understand what his idea is. Bishop e7 actually makes a big threat, which is bishop f6, and then even if the white king shifts to e1, which is likely here, because there's a fork threat right now. Bishop c3 is going to pin the knight and attack b4.
Right. I was thinking king c1, going the other one, bishop e7, rook a2. So the idea is I want to get I'm anticipating the bishop f6 idea. I'm also anticipating knight d2 with the bishop g5 idea. That was why I wanted to defend the d2 bishop right away. He's gone king c1. I guess he wanted, okay, very different approach. I thought he was going to play for rook a2 and to try to play rook to d1 in the near future. I don't know. I feel that white's, in the words of Johnny Walker, white is cruising for a bruising.
White is cruising for a bruising. Oh, now he's played rook a2. But it's one of those positions where, the pot is percolating. And even though white is 2 pawns up, you are not sleeping peacefully here with white.
Not at all.
Look at black's pieces.
Yes. Every one of them nicely ready to produce some threats. By the way, for those of you who are wondering, who's Johnny Walker? He's famous Washington State champion in the early 1970s, chess master, and just a really, really nice guy. And he had these, we play a lot of blitz, and he was one of these really great kibitzer types. Yeah, he could always, I mean, even if he lost the game, he'd win the kibitzing contest. Okay, knight c3, hits a2, hits e2, virtually forces the move, bishop takes c3, and now the b4 pawn is up for grabs. I guess I'm playing b5 if I don't get hurt.
F4.
Okay, hits the bishop on g6.
He is giving away the b pawn, and by extension, probably the c pawn, but I think he deems it necessary to get
rid of that guy,
so that he can actually breathe, so that his king has a little bit of breathing room.
And I tell you, if I'm in, because of everything you just said, if I'm in black shoes, the move bishop f5 is certainly getting my attention. I want to keep the 2 bishops and say to white still, hey, look, you got the problem with the b4 pawn. How do you want to resolve that? Now, but Danya, there is in this position, after AB, the open A file.
Right.
Can white play a move, for example, like rook to d1?
Oh, but then I can take and go bishop e1, I think.
No, I wanted you to take my pawn on b4. pawns as well. The cavalry is trying to force c6 takes b5, c4 takes b5, then the 2 pawns can march as you're demonstrating. This looks lost. This just lost.
Yeah, it's like when I'm learning how to drive. When I was learning how to drive, my dad took me just to this abandoned church parking lot, and I was so afraid.
Very clever.
He's like, you just have to step on the gas pedal, and that's it. Like, nothing's gonna happen. It reminds me of this. You just got to push the pawns, even if you don't know the rules of chess. B6, C6, B7, C7. You don't even need the brakes.
Right. You just cruise control right up.
Cruising for a bruising.
That's right. I learned to drive at the University of Washington in Seattle. Their parking lot, they had this parking lot for 80,000 cars, and I couldn't hit anything. I couldn't hit anything, Danya. I was so happy I could hit the gas and brakes and everything. But this is over. I mean, seriously, once again, the pawns, they're free to roam. B6 check, knight to D6. The other pawn will go to C6. And your king, the white king, is going to just escort the pawns as well.
The one thing that you don't want to do, you want to be careful about, at least, you definitely don't want to give away both of your pawns for Black's bishop. That's
precisely
condition 1, but I think you can play C6 here. Bishop
yes,
C6,
because of knight e5. Yes. C6 check looks incredibly compelling. Yeah.
But Yasser, isn't there king C8 and king B7 in response to knight e5 check? Could that have been a little bit imprecise?
Ooh.
King C8.
You are absolutely right. And the one thing that you said, and it's so right, you didn't want to lose both pawns. That gives Black great drawing chances. So what should he have done?
Well, first of all, just remind everybody, 2 knights against king is a draw. Apparently, knight e5 check first, Yasser, and that was all he needed. And now
it's so simple. Sometimes it's just a move inversion, but you're absolutely right. C6, and power to Min. He spotted his one opportunity, and look what he's got. Whoa.
Taking B6.
No.
Allowing knight C4.
That's the pawn you absolutely cannot let live. The pawn on B6 had to go.
And Fedoseev defends it, but from D7, that's a weird square to defend it from, because now
now he's going knight D3 to C5 check, and it's an escort.
But look at this line.
Go ahead.
Yasser. Go ahead.
No,
King C6,
knight C5.
C5.
Yes.
Rook takes C2, and you
B2.
say, oh, I'm winning, I promote. But let's not forget, 2 knights against king, first of all, is a draw. Second of all, if you promote, I take it and I take the knight on C5. I think Black can draw this game.
Holy smokes. I think you're making ridiculous. A very good point. And he's played knight B3. I think he was afraid of knight A5 check, by the way, knight A5 check, as opposed to maybe knight C5.
Right, and now he can take the knight.
So, and if we go knight C5, rook takes E2, we transpose exactly into the line that you gave after B7, rook D8. Can we go king D4?
I think you have to try it. But
H4?
What if Black goes H4 and just
then I queen
on eliminating the last pawn?
I queen and check and G4. I think my knight is close enough to the H pawn, and my king can pick up the king side. So H4, queen, and then G4.
So what you're saying is I should either go F5. Yep, he goes F5. And what's amazing is now you're allowing white to queen and keep both knights, but white is powerless to stop H4. And that leaves white with only 2 knights.
That's amazingly, what a move. What an insight.
F5.
I mean, sometimes you just got to tip your hat and say, well done.
Unbelievable. He's going to play H4, and then his job will be to give away these pawns.
Right.
Because 2 knights against pawn could be a win sometimes, but not in this case. I think the pawns are too far advanced.
Exactly.
Unbelievable.
And he's pushing him F4, so he's threatening to go H2. Knight takes H and F3. And as you said, 2 knights versus a king. Now, the question is the F3 knight blockade the right zone? Sorry, there's this wonderful book, I believe it's the series of Averbach, right? Mm-hmm. Where he draws the zone of the two knights and king. And is the pawn on F4 in the drawing zone or not?
I think it is. I want to say that if you shifted it back one square to F5 and blockaded it on F4, I think that's winning, if I remember correctly. Winning. But again, it's been a while since I've consulted 566 of Naroditsky's Endgame Manual.
That's right. Book. Right. For me, Naroditsky's manual wasn't available at the time as a professional. It was really the Averbach series of books. It was Reuben Fine, the basic chess endings. That was what American players were raised on. And the Soviet players were raised on Averbach. And then they got translated. And we all thought, okay, now we know what we're doing.
You know the secrets.
Yeah, now we got this.
Now, the reasoning, the logic behind why it's actually good for the side of the two knights to keep the pawn alive is very simple. Once the king is boxed in, the king needs to be stalemated. And then you can, at the right moment, move this knight away in order to give black an extra move so that you can release the stalemate. There's no stalemate, right? Exactly. And apparently the Eval bar is now showing a win for white. Made in 27. White is winning now.
Exactly.
Was white winning to begin with?
I didn't see where Amin did anything wrong. Maybe he had to put his king on A8, and
I think that's
by being on the H8 square, he's too close to the vicinity of the F3 knight.
I think you're exactly right, Yasser. I think he had to keep his king in the other corner, and you can't smoke that king out without moving this knight. But if you move the knight, then black pushes the pawn. Now, what's going to happen is that the king's going to get boxed in, and at the right moment, the F3 knight is going to leave, and then black is going to have a couple of extra moves. It's going to be
exactly. So he just went to the wrong corner, I think, is the bottom line here. So king F6, king G8. Now we got to make sure we keep the knight F5, knight G7, but then you've got the 50 move rule.
When is it? No, but I feel like you have like 20 moves left. So
exactly.
He needs to be efficient, but he's got mate in 11.
Mate in 11, he say. 96. Whoa. Good.
And then king G5 and king G6, it's over.
Yes. So there was a lot of people wrongly think that the rules of chess are written in stone. And that's not true. The rules of chess always are in constant flux. At one time, the 50 move rule was changed to 75 moves. And that is because of this precise ending. There was a lot of positions that were made in 75. Bravo.
Wow.
Vladimir, bravo.
Unbelievable. How
to mate with the two knights against the pawn.
Corner, go to A8, and that way the distance with this knight. But
exactly.
Taking nothing away from Vladimir, who maintains his composure, and after giving Amin a chance in that completely winning position, cold-blooded, mates him with two knights against king. What haven't we seen in the RCC yet?
I think that just checked the last box.
Anybody who wants to learn endgames needs to save this game, write it down, and then after the tournament, study it very, very carefully, because that was an incredibly instructive endgame from beginning to end.
It also shows you what perseverance is going to do for you too. Perseverance will win you a lot of half points. I think a lot of people might have just said, it's a draw, and not played it out. But Vladimir got the win.
And as a result, he is our first semifinalist, but we've got 3 more quarterfinal matches to go. So do not go anywhere. We've already seen amazingness, and I'm sure we'll see a lot more of it going around. We will go on a short break. Ladies and gentlemen, when we come back, we will have our second quarterfinal match. You're watching the Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. Second quarterfinal match on the other side of this break. Stay tuned.
I love that move C5. He's just pushing that. Don't stop pushing.
Simple chess, yeah. Look, he's got an escape square. There's no F4. There's nothing aggressive Black can do. Naroditsky, it's looking like he's out right here.
Oh, but take on F4. Oh, Rook G8. Oh, my goodness.
Rook B3 is coming.
Oh, is that King mate? And Rook G4 is mate.
It's checkmate. Oh, my God.
No way.
It's literally forced mate.
Oh, my gosh. And poor Min.
I can't believe that.
I've never felt so devastated for somebody.
Even Danya, his mouth is wide open. He can't believe that's forced mate.
Oh my gosh.
I'm actually in shock, Robert.
Welcome back to the Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. One quarterfinal match is in the books. Vladimir Fedoseev mating Amin Tabatabai with two knights against a lone pawn. An incredible display of endgame prowess. And now, yes, sir, it is time for our second quarterfinal match. Hikaru Nakamura against Alexander Grishuk. I am sure nobody's going anywhere. Stay in your seats.
I would say who let the dogs out? These are the two big dogs. And I tell you, I saw Sasha growing up as a young player. He was always fabulous in blitz and rapids, and I think that he actually outpaced his top 10 in the world of chess rating. That I mean to say, he's a former world blitz champion, former world rapid champion, and these two guys, they know each other really well.
Yes, they do. And the game has begun. Knight F3 is Hikaru's first move. Sasha is not moving yet. You can't really afford to give up 20 seconds on move one against Hikaru.
And especially Sasha, because we know he just loves the long thing. He knows that that Hikaru is favoring the B3 kind of Nimzovich reversed queen's side fianchetto. So I think he was really contemplating g6 on move 1. And then he was thinking, well, if he then goes e4, do I want to play a perk or a kind of a open Sicilian? So there was some foxing move orders going on there. They was trying to outfox one another, and I don't know if Hikaru is happy being in this London.
Yeah, and an early queen b6. You don't really see Hikaru playing the London too frequently, and they're going down a very theoretical line. Yeah, so I don't know.
Quickly.
I know that this line exists, but I don't know much about it. Now, I seem to remember that White sacrifices the c5 pawn and then plays c4 in some positions, but Sasha, I mean, both of them seem to know what they're doing.
And they're playing it very quickly, a la tempo. And one of the reasons behind the move, bishop b5, so very often that White wants to be able to have this opportunity to play bishop e5 and knight d4 and c2, c4. So you don't want to take on c5 prematurely and allow a very quick c2, c4, Black's king still stuck in the center. Now, on the other hand, this move g6, wow. I mean, okay, that to me was a very, I want to say, you know, kind of throwing down the gauntlet a little bit, isn't it? That how can you? That's like the most challenging way of meeting White's opening. G6.
Yeah, and Sasha is just not in a big hurry to complete his development. Now the queen obviously is under duress, but after castles, the bishop e5 idea you mentioned, Yasser, will not become a factor. Will stop being a factor until you take on c6, right? But then that gives the queen a pathway back through c4 and a6.
Exactly. So here I'm thinking knight on f3 to d4, Danya. It's a possibility, kind of camouflaging your intentions a little bit. Oh, he just went straight down, bishop takes, bishop e5, more or less as advertised.
So he maybe is going for the dark square blockade. He wants maybe to put a queen on d4 and really slow Black down along the long diagonal. He's obviously not trying to trap the queen. He's, you know, that ship has sailed, but so
yeah.
And a pawn sacrifice, technically.
Yeah, and that is I'm a pawn grabber. I love pawns, but that's a pawn that might be a little bit taboo.
Think twice.
Yeah, definitely. But here I wanted to say, I think the choice was for bishop a6 or queen a6. And just as he played the move queen a6, I wanted to say I'd probably play bishop a6 myself. I like the idea of getting that bishop out early so that my rooks can get connected. And as you're pointing out, I get to be able to recapture with the bishop. But he played queen a6 and he played it very quickly. So something tells me these players are still in some preparation they made for, you know, other players down the road.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess the question for Sasha is whether he wants to move the knight back to e8 and eventually to try to go f6 and e5 and sort of cancel out White's central blockade. Hikaru making a slow move, rook fe1, potentially implying that he wants e4 in some of these positions.
Vladimir Kramnik move. We always teased Vladimir that when he didn't know what to do, he just put a rook on e1.
Not a bad idea.
and if you look at his games, the collected game of Vladimir Kramnik, the move rook e1 is White in almost every White position. It's just like fantastic. So rook e1, we don't know what it's doing. Is it anticipating that the knight is going to move from f6 so that you get to play e3, e4? Is it just a way of saying, hey, I want to keep the pressure of a ticking clock? Because otherwise it really doesn't have what I would call an effective, it's not on an effective square. I don't find the move rook e1 particularly attractive. I wouldn't have played it myself, but you know, sometimes in rapid chess, it's getting good moves on the board as quickly as possible.
Right, and Sasha's already taking quite a bit of time here thinking up his reply, and rook e8. And I personally thought bishop f5, but no, you want some of what he I'll have what she's having, you know.
Exactly. There I was about to say I'm with you 100%. I like the move bishop f5. Also, as a prelude, the move bishop h6 is a very common way of breaking this pin. Like sometimes you move the knight to h5 and the fellow takes on g7 and you're not really happy about that trade. So sometimes you just move the bishop. You go bishop to h6. You invite the capture of the pawn, bishop f6, ef6, queen f6. Then you move the bishop back, and usually there's a rook on a1 as your reward. But rook e8, maybe a prelude to bishop f8. But I'm with you 100%. I think I would have put bishop f5 down. Let's go.
Right. Later development.
Let's do it. Let's do it. But
And-
please.
No, I was just gonna say that maybe he's intensifying the idea of e5, but I don't know. My guess is as good as yours. Sorry,
Right.
Go ahead, Yasser.
Yeah, well, for me, one of the awkward things in Black's position for just a second is I so much would prefer to have the pawn on a5. A5, not only just to, boot the knight away, but sometimes there's a rook a5, and it's somehow that pawn on a7 is disturbing because the bishop on e5 controls b8. And normally you like to challenge the open file. So the fact that the pawn on a7 makes life awkward for Black. So if you as Black were considering the move queen a3 with the intention of playing a5, yay, you got a talent.
Yeah, no, I mean, it just seems Black's position just seems awkward, and it's. I think that
Bishop
White's control over
D7.
b8 is incredibly important. Bishop d7, to which Hikaru immediately drops his queen back to b2.
Stopping our
Queen a3.
our brilliant idea of queen a3. I mean, even before you had an opportunity to play it. Now, again, if you wanted to seize on this idea of playing for like the queen on a6, what's it doing there? It feels like it's in the way. And if you want to play queen a4 and a5 and maybe cross the fifth rank, or if you wanted to go queen c8, the only problem I have with queen c8, Danya, knight a5, knight d4, could that be disturbing?
Right.
Feels like it
sort
could
of
be
beating you to the
disturbing.
punch there.
Yeah, precisely. The only reason why queen c8 got my attention is because bishop h3 could be a genuine sacrifice.
Right, with White's pieces all removed and
Bingo.
chilling on the queen side.
Right. You're over there, I'm over there.
And maybe that's what Sasha's thinking about, is he drops now down to 5 minutes with no resolution. He goes rook a d8. It seems that he keeps defaulting to these kinds of moves because he's not sure exactly how to arrange his pieces, and he doesn't want to make any committal decisions.
Yeah, that is really what I would call somehow a modern computer generated type of move. You keep all your options open. As you say, you don't burn any bridges. You put your pieces on good squares. But at a certain point, there you go. I had to say, at a certain point, you've got to resolve this diagonal issue, right? And
Right.
Bishop f8 strikes me as a move you desperately need. And the moment, I'm not sure, why did Hikaru plant a knight on d4? That timing seemed
right, especially because after bishop f6 ef, he's
there's no queen
f6,
f6, right?
And the c5 pawn is hanging, so it's a double whammy.
Unless there, how we didn't bother calculating queen b7 yet.
Right, that is a very
queen
principled move.
Yeah, how legit is this move, queen b7?
I think it's definitely a Hikaru move. I'll tell you straight away. Queen trade into a practically annoying endgame for Black. I guess after queen b7,
Needleson, yeah.
takes and knight e4 might present some issues for it, because once White's fingers start slipping from the ledge, all these
f6,
pieces get
e5
booted by Black's pawns. So maybe this is good for Black, and the eval bar seems to agree. Black is more than fine here.
Remarkable, because it's like one of those things, the control of the b8 square, for example, knight b3, f6, bishop c7, rook to a8. But you can just feel if black gets in that key move e5, it could be a dam bursting the wrong way.
Right. Yeah, the water's flowing in the undesirable direction.
Right.
And he plays it.
Okay, this is the
B7.
challenge. Queen b7, as you said, Danya. Rook b7, knight e4. What does Hikaru have?
Well, we're about to find out. Grishuk immediately going down this line.
Right.
And he seems, well, he always seems a little puzzled, but he seems especially puzzled at Hikaru's course of action. Knight d4 to b3, so
whoa,
has to go back.
And again, we're about to see f6, if not a5. I mean, I'm just for f6, bishop c7, rook a8, chill. Oh, Danya, be careful, because the bishop on d7 could be a tactical target.
But for
So
what you mean after bishop c7, rook a8?
Right.
Boom, boom, boom. The thing is, I have bishop c8 with tempo at the right moments.
You're absolutely right. So there's no, I would, as silly as it would appear, knight f3 to d4, e5, bishop takes e5, not working.
Look at this stuff. Right.
Not working.
And attack your knight.
Bingo. Right. I had to catch myself. I'll fall for my own, hoisted by my own petard.
Sasha, his clock is dwindling. He's not, there's something about f6 that's giving him pause. I wonder what it is. Or is it the fact that he's attracted to this move a5? You put that idea in his head. It's your fault, actually.
Exactly. I'm going to bring down my decibel level just a little bit. Don't want to influence the players. I mean, I'm sorry. I'm playing. I can imagine he's thinking about bishop c8. Rook takes a7, f6, so that after bishop c7, he's got rook d7 as an idea.
Yeah, but it just feels like in comparison to the immediate f6, there you don't even have to give away the a7 pawn.
I couldn't agree with you more. I mean, why not just play f6?
This is really
right
puzzling.
Away.
Down to 3 minutes now, and he plays e6.
Wow.
Whoa.
My goodness, I wasn't on that wavelength at all.
Me
like
neither.
That move. Whew.
Neither was the eval bar, by the way.
I
whiffed. The f6 wavelength too.
I whiffed on that one. Now, the other reason I don't like this move is the move f6 stopped a knight e5 idea. So bishop c7, knight e5 exist when maybe it shouldn't have. Anything else that we don't like about? Can I just take the pawn? Rook takes a7.
You can, and then
because
I guess Grishuk will take c5.
I don't know. I thought I was winning material in that case thanks to that move, bishop f6.
Yeah, I mean, this looks unpleasant in either case. Hikaru goes rook b1.
Wow. Rook b1.
No, but I really dislike e6. I mean, it creates so many holes in black's position, and unnecessarily so when you had perfectly good move f6.
Really true that all the way. And I mean, yeah, move e6. Sometimes we say inspired. You can it was this wonderful quote by Robert Hubner, what he thought about Grandmaster Velimirovich, and he said, too much talent.
Right.
And the move e7, e6 is an expression of that. It's too much talent. Just f6 and e5 was brilliant. And the fact that Sasha didn't do it right away is, worth noting to begin with, but then to actually play the move e6, too much talent.
But now he's played f6, so better late than never. Now he goes e5, so he sets himself on the right track. Now he's given white this extra rook f1 to b1 move, or e1 to b1 move, but I still think that this is the right pathway for black. Knight takes c5.
No question about it. And
rook 8.
Whenever we got into this position, one of the things that black had in his back pocket was the two bishops, the advantage of the two bishops. Now, he's just given away, or Hikaru, if you will, cleverly made that move, bishop b2, which wasn't the desired move, and then played bishop a3 to rob his opponent of the two bishops. And at the end of the day, the rook on a7, that's a darn good rook.
And you know what would be especially darn good is if the b1 rook joined it.
Yes, could join the party.
And so knight c3 is de rigueur here. If you had taken on d2, you would have given the rook a straight up direct flight to b7 International Airport.
Precisely.
Now,
a runway, a landing.
You got it to yourself. Rook e7.
Right.
Grishuk probably trying to smoke the white rook out of a7. Now, Hikaru does have that a pawn that you can't fall asleep on. That pawn could be up your grill pretty darn quickly.
Now, having mentioned that, the move rook e7 is not an intuitively obvious move to my eyes either. Again, the move bishop f5 with the intention of rook a8 in order to trade rooks that way would have gotten my attention. Rook to e7, again, a little bit of a surprise move. And as you say, that rook is still in black's grill.
And now Hikaru dropping it back to a3.
But wait a minute. Is that a peshki? That is a peshki.
He is. I think Hikaru is just throwing everything to the wind, and then he just wants to push that a pawn. He's creating the conditions such that the a pawn is as safe as possible and as unstoppable as possible.
Anchored on a6. It's this knight on c5, and again, this rook on e7 just doesn't make a great impression. But okay, let's go. Bishop f8, a4, rook a7. I want to be able to play king to d6 as black and get rid of that knight on c5.
There's another problem.
What's the problem?
Yeah, so bishop f5, there might be g4 at a very inopportune moment for black. And so Sasha doesn't move the bishop away from c2. He defends it.
Now he plays. Okay, I like that sequence by Sasha. That move, knight a3, really interferes with the whole a4 plan that Hikaru may have been playing for.
Rook c3. Now you can't go rook a7, but you can go rook a8. And now the knight can drop back to b5 at the right moment. But look at how Hikaru is just, every move is creating a threat.
And remember, he sacrificed a pawn, though, to set up all this. So if I play a move like bishop d7, you would take the bishop, you take the pawn on c6, and you'd be hitting the pawn on f6 with two rooks. The rooks would gang up.
30 seconds for Sasha, who this is, I don't see him pulling this one out. d4, breaking through in the center.
Well, you also want to give your bishop this d5 anchor square. You put the bishop on d5. A2 is hanging too. This is a great move. This is a fantastic
move. Cold-blooded. And if that forces Hikaru to take on e6 and bail out with rook takes c6, that is a position I'm ready to believe that Sasha will hold with 25 seconds, with the 2-second increment, which is crucial here.
Well, because the threats disappear so rapidly, you can play very quickly. And rook, and I got to say, Hikaru playing on the clock there, that move is a cheeky move. Rook e1? Are you kidding
14
me?
seconds. How do you make heads or tails of this as Sasha guiding his knight back towards c3? But what if rook takes c6 now? That does hit the bishop, and there's an f6 pawn on tap as well.
Exactly.
Oh, I guess he wants bishop d5. Maybe he goes knight e4. Hikaru is so tricky.
Wow, to stop knight c3, but also inviting rook a2. f5. Wow. Okay, you can't play this kind of position in 10 seconds. I just don't care how good you are.
Look at what Hikaru does. He keeps adding and adding and adding. 4 seconds.
Mixing it up.
There's AB, and the bishop's going to hang in the end. 1 second. And now a sign of weakness there, knight c3. He
backed off. And again, it's the clock.
Yeah,
that was great. That was a remarkable play by Hikaru, keeping things as sharp as possible. That was crazy.
But Sasha's still holding on. Bishop d7. That's a nice move because there's an a4 pawn that black is just itching to eat up.
No question about it. So we do have a check. And he's played it. So you've got to go king g7.
You got to take
d7. And you take. Now,
this is still hard to play.
Hard to defend.
Yeah.
Essentially, yeah, the knight is kind of prancing around. And I'm looking at knight to c7 to d5. I like the knight on the f6 square. Knight,
king g2.
Knights love. Why didn't he play knight c7 to d5 there?
I thought rook takes c3, and you can only take one of the rooks at one time. So Sasha,
good point.
3 seconds, and Hikaru just has all this pressure. It's just so easy to blend. Rook c6, he keeps piling it on and piling it on. And now he's going to move his h pawn forward, I think, at the right moment. But Sasha holding it. Hasn't blundered yet.
I mean, it's so tough to defend these types of positions. When you have a lot of time on the clock, when you have no time on the clock, it's almost an iron certainty that you make a mistake.
If anyone can pull it off, I put my money in the Sasha Grishuk basket.
And there's
if there is someone who can do it, right?
What do I have to do with this guy? The guy just won't, go away. Yeah, won't blunder.
And here comes the H pawn. But Grishuk keeps trading pawns, and now it's down to 2 pawns. He gets his rook active, and now he's checking him from behind. But there's an e4 square.
There isn't, and again, this pawn on h6 could really be stuck in your craw. h6 check. The king's going to go to h8.
Ooh, that is scary. But that bishop, it's a great defender. It's keeping the knight at bay.
Feels bad though. Look, knight f3 tickles the rook.
Rook g3 though. Now the e3 pawn's hanging. Is there
he didn't go knight takes e5. He played.
Oh, he blunders. There it is.
Finally, he blundered.
And rook b8. That's it. Rook takes g8.
G8 is mate in one.
It's just mate.
Mate threat. Sorry, not mate in one, but it's a mate threat.
Wow.
Rook takes e3. First of all, huge applause to Sasha for holding on so long. That was a very, very difficult position. It was inevitable he was going to blunder, but I mean, Hikaru kept the pressure. Danya, that was vintage Hikaru. I don't know. That was a
classic Hikaru win.
Yeah. He just kept the pressure, and forced his opponent to use more time, and then eventually the blunder.
And nobody plays better in the opponent's time pressure. I mean, Hikaru, it doesn't matter how many pieces or pawns are left on the board, he will find a way to cause problems. Mm-hmm. And I think it was Gary who said, you got to make 10 threats in a row, 20 threats in a row. He keeps defending.
Right. I think it's 10.
Finding moves 10.
Yeah.
But at some point you're going to buckle, and you're going to have the wrong intuition about a position. And with 2 seconds left, Hikaru Nakamura defeats Grishuk. Great game, super high quality. And we've got our second semifinalist.
Yes, we do. Wow. Putting on the pressure. That's what it's all about.
A vintage Hikaru win. And he's already in the semifinals. Last week, he did lose in the quarterfinals. So this week, he is determined to make it count. We will see if his run continues. But before we do, we have 2 quarterfinal matches left. And before we look at them, we're going to go on a short break. Don't go anywhere. We need to determine our remaining semifinalists. You're watching the Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. Back with the 3rd quarterfinal matchup on the other side of this break.
Yeah, this is not what you want. Rook b5. You have to play like this.
Could this be a draw?
It should be, but I'm worried. Even if Fabiano's ahead in the clock, I'm worried for his time.
Yeah, but if he might play rook takes c5 at some point.
Oh!
What
Sorry.
an idea!
Okay, but it actually helps black
But
out.
it's not it's go with the a-file. Now black's got activity. No, it's gonna backfire for Fabi. Knight takes a4. Now Sergey's rooks are streaming in.
Yes, here comes the first one, and then the second one, rook g1 check. I think he missed rook g1.
F6, huge
Queen
a7.
Queen
Oh
a7.
my God. Queen h6. Now Fabi's queen is running amok.
Okay, c5.
It's c5.
There it
Here
is.
he comes from the other side. D6.
D6.
No.
Queen e4 mate. It's mate. Oh my goodness.
Oh my God.
Look at Fabiano. You always say you drink water when you do something right.
Oh
that is the
my
Fabiano finale, the knockout
God.
punch. That is checkmate on the board, and Fabiano sails through. Go king
Wait
g4.
a
or something.
moment. Knight back to f1. Amazing. Oh my God, you have to.
Oh, it's stalemate.
He should have made a bishop. He could have flagged him with a bishop.
Oh my
Wait.
gosh.
Does David Antone? Oh, David Antone is slightly worse. Fedoseev still qualified.
Wait, no.
He didn't.
No, he didn't. And David Antone qualifies. The stalemate gets him through.
This is unreal.
Oh my gosh.
He surpasses Fedoseev, poor Vladimir, by less than one tiebreak point. And
Oh my
probably an
goodness.
Auto queen on. Kovalyov is cursed in this tournament.
Yeah, he got checkmated by Anish Giri in an unlosable position.
How do you draw this end game? Oh my gosh. What? How is this even possible? The Junior Speed Chess Championship is back. See the world's best young players battle it out for their share of a $35,000 prize fund and a spot in the 2022 Speed Chess Championship. The first match features Brendan Jacobson taking on Arseny Nesterov. It all gets going tomorrow, Monday, April 11th at 1 p.m. Pacific, 4 p.m. Eastern, right here on chess.com. And make sure to submit your bracket prediction now using the command !fantasy in chat or by going to go.chess.com/JSCC bracket. Well, speaking of brackets, we've already got two semifinalists in the books here at the RCC presented by Coinbase. Yasser, that was, as you said, a vintage Hikaru display against Sasha Grishuk.
It certainly, yeah, it certainly was. And as we wait for our next quarterfinal to get one position in particular, really, I wanted to bring up, if you've got the position, just go towards this ending where it was 2 rooks versus knight. And it's sort of like, you've heard this expression so often, is like, you milk the position to the very, 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 very last drop. And if you keep going forward for a second, keep going, go, and we get to a position like this. Yes, keep going. And we go. Yep. And I was particularly, yes, keep going forward. I was particularly impressed right about these parts where go. Yes, exactly here, go. And now here you're thinking to yourself, your opponent has no time on the clock, right? Right here. Stop for a second. Your opponent has no time on the clock. How do you put pressure? How do you increase? You've got your rooks, you've got your knight position. You don't want to go knight e6 check. That's like one of the things, because then everything kind of comes off. What does Hikaru do? He brings his H pawn.
All hands on deck.
And once he puts his pawn on H6, suddenly there's checkmating threats, and Grishik, who only had seconds on his clock, suddenly can't handle this extra, the proverbial straw that breaks the camel's back type of thing. H6. And now that the black king is set up in the corner, black has to be worried about rooks to the 8th rank.
Yeah, and this is the decisive mistake. Rook e8 is the only move, but so hard to play. It's so hard not to take this pawn.
Exactly. You take the pawn and suddenly the rook goes to the 8th rank with the threat of rook takes g8 check, which you pointed out, and you just follow it up with another rook to the 8th rank and it's mate. And that was just such a nice performance by Hikaru, and I could just feel the slipping that was being done by Sasha, who's trying his best to hang on, couldn't do it with little to no time on his clock.
That's right. And when you're playing Hikaru, there's an assault on all sides that's going on. It's not just on the board, right? You can equalize, but you look up and you've got 15 seconds in a complex endgame, and you just know it's over. I mean, Hikaru is never going to let you off the hook in that kind of situation, increment or no increment, it doesn't matter.
And he'll keep it complicated as we get set up for our 3rd quarterfinal, Danya.
Indeed, we've got 2 very weak players, LeBron against Wesley So.
Yes.
I mean, I don't really know if this is going to bring down my chess level, honestly, and they're out.
Right. Well, if they bring you down to their level, that's okay. That's okay.
I'm fine with that. I'll take.
Yeah, exactly. And the bishop's opening, I think that the people who play this bishop's opening, bishop c4, to me, that is the ultimate thing. They've run out of ideas. They don't know what to do. The Scotch isn't working for them. The Berlin isn't working, like bishop c4, something. But unfortunately for players who played the bishop's opening with bishop c4, is the setup that Wesley's developed, as you see with c6 and d5 is coming. Black equalizes perfectly routinely. He doesn't have to go out of his way not to equalize. I think that's right. It's an easy, but Black's not the one who gets under pressure. Now this move h2 h3, is that a little cagey? Because at a moment there I was even eyeballing queen b6. I mean, that's a ridiculous move, but h3,
yeah, and
that's a real head scratcher. What?
So a queen trade on the cards now, and Levon, I mean, this is not the most ambitious opening I've ever seen, but you know what, Yasser, I think in this endgame, Black could end up a tiny bit worse. Probably not, but there's a tiny issue with the development of the queenside pieces.
Really? So, for example, knight e4, d4, queen d1, king d1. Now, the desirable bishop f2 might run into knight e5 and knight f7 and rook f1. But how play? Oh, I was going to say, play that out one more move. Bishop f2, knight e5, bishop e6. Is Black not equalizing, or?
I suppose I would. Nah, but this has to be closer to equality than to anything else. If I go rook f1, then you're already taking on b3, and then you can move your bishop.
Right, to g3, or as you're pointing out, to d4, correct, yes.
Whereas if I take on e6, well, you've
Now I've
got basically a
defended.
symmetrical structure.
Right.
He's
But
got
he
knight
did
d7.
Now, what you were about to say was that after king e2, even though materially the position's very balanced, it could happen that the knight on d7 is more vulnerable than the knight on f3, because the knight on d7 protects e5, but after moves like, rook to d1, it's quite clear that the knight's going to require protection forever and ever. Amen. Okay, a5. Tickling a3, a4, so a4 by white.
So
b6
is an idea.
b6, bishop c4, bishop a6, smack, smack. Don't know. I don't know.
Rook d1, too many weaknesses.
It feels like white has the one doing the pushing there. Not
it definitely does.
Yeah, not play on one goal. But the whole point is that when you get your rook to d1, white is the one who's controlling d5 and d6 spaces so that bishop to e3 and the rook can pile up double rooks. And he's gone knight f6 because the alternative, whoa. How does it look to your eyes?
E5.
Yeah, knight f7. How does that look to your eyes? Knight f7, rook f7, rook d1, bishop f5, g4, bishop g6, rook to d7. I suppose it's all, I
think if I just go rook e8, for instance, the white's king is going to get caught in the crossfire here.
Exactly.
But definitely something to calculate. And I'm surprised at the speed with which I guess there was really no alternative to knight takes e5. For a second, I thought bishop e3, but then black could have taken on e4 and simultaneously defended the bishop. So
agreed.
Barreling in head first. Bishop e3 now is another idea.
It feels like somehow these black pieces are a little bit compromised. King f3 is ridiculous, but humor me for a second. King f3.
I think it's an interesting idea because knight takes f2, rook f1, and
right.
Where's that knight going, right?
Exactly. Where in fact is the knight going? And and if the knight is forced to drop, bishop f5, g4 was the intention, of course, as you're pointing out.
Although in that position, I'm not sure that's the end of the story. Knight takes f2. Whoa. This white's got a lot of options here. Even gf and knight d7.
Yeah, exactly. The knight on h1 is a kind of a funny looking animal.
No, this I agree does not inspire confidence. I like king f3 a lot.
It's feeling like, because if you have to play the move knight f6, now I really feel like I do have a very free hand, whether it be the move bishop g5 or a move like rook to d1. I feel like he did play king f3. Okay, as we know, I only get to do the cheapo once every broadcast. But here it comes. You ready? These guys are good.
Right.
These guys are really good, Daniel. They know what they're doing. Look at that. King f3.
That's an impressive move.
And it has stopped Wesley in his tracks. And just looking at Wesley's camera there, a little bit of a smirk is going,
Really? This is what's going to bring me down?
Exactly.
And Levon's like, yes.
We were talking about it on break, Danya, but Wesley So is coming back from Berlin, where he played in the FIDE Grand Prix. Power to Wesley. He finished first, defeating Hikaru Nakamura in a very closely fought finals. Jet lag always messed me up. I mean, it always messed. I never, ever in my entire chess career didn't suffer from jet lag. I find it remarkable, just absolutely remarkable that you could come from a world-class event like Wesley did, jump into a rapid chess tournament online with the whole jet lag and qualify. How do you
And
do
now you're
that?
playing Levon.
And now you're playing Levon Aronian. I mean, how do you do that? That's just, you have to be insanely good.
No, it's very, very impressive. And regarding the jet lag, I remember every time I played a tournament in Spain, round one, because normally I arrived one day before the tournament started.
Right.
Because of school, I couldn't arrive, 6 days in advance and acclimate myself to the new time zone. So I would just suffer through it.
Yeah, and it almost feels like you don't really have this feeling like you're completely conscious until round 4 and 5. It's sort of like something snap. Yes, exactly. Something snaps. You wake up and you go, "Oh gosh, I can." You even figured out the pairing for round 6.
Right.
It's like you're that aware. But those first few days, oh man, it's brutal. And here we go. Knight d3. Okay. I have the feeling if knight d3 was the best move, then maybe the advantage was more optical, because I thought the knight on e5, I beg your pardon, was crucial to anything that was going to happen the next 3-4 moves. And it was all about moves like bishop f4 and rook d1 that was going to put the pressure, because the knight on e5 hits f7, and that was so important.
Right. And now White is paying the price for it. And White's pieces are now very, very loose. Yes, with the bishop, the knight on d3 can be targeted in a variety of ways. The king, don't laugh. It's not that safe.
Now a tactical, right? There's now a tactical target, as you're pointing out. Bishop e3, bishop c7 check. There's a knight h4 check. And don't forget, right now, bishop f5 is a big deal. So, and also knight takes f4. Give me the minor exchange, if you will. It's a big deal.
White's position has suddenly become unpleasant. And Wesley, this is Wesley at his best. Amazing. He takes these equal positions and he turns them around in 3 moves.
Yeah. Again, I just kind of tip my hat and salute the players, because what Wesley managed to achieve here is really remarkable. I thought that he was on the back foot, and as you pointed out, he's turned the tables. Knight takes f4. You don't want to take with the knight and walk into a bishop c7. You don't really want to take with the king, but he's done it. He said, okay, knight f4, king. I don't even know what rook d1. Okay, this is a nice opportunity right here, right now for Wesley. I'm thinking I'm playing bishop f5, but if I'm not 100% sure that's winning material, knight f4. There's only 2 results.
Yeah, it snags the 2 bishops. So after knight takes f4, if you play bishop c7, I'll tuck my king. I don't know if tuck is the right word. I'll put my king on f3.
Right.
And Wesley has snagged the bishop pair.
Exactly. So something like knight f4, rook d8, just for argument's sake. Knight f4, knight f4, rook d8. And it's sort of like, now I'm expecting some, encyclopedia of endings to open up featuring a game of Steinitz, right?
Exactly. Yeah, Steinitz against, I don't know,
whoever
Chigorin from
right. The 2 bishops, the 2 bishops just win. It's like, what? This is ridiculous. But yeah,
Capablanca versus Winter, like some classic.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. That's what I'm expecting. King takes f4.
I was not expecting that either, but I guess it makes sense. He's keeping his knight on home base.
Well, it's sort of like this. What is Black's problem? Black's problem is his rook on a8. If you could just magically go rook on a8 to e8, you could happily leave the bishop on c8. So the move king f4 does stop the desired bishop f5, rook d8 developing scheme.
Right.
So, to buttress the point, a move like g4, as silly as that might look, you're hoping to take away Black's 2 bishops. You're hoping that Black will be forced to play a move like bishop to e6, and you can trade and make a draw.
Right. So a trade of rooks and king f8 stopping, of course, The
The
rook's
whole-
infiltration.
the whole scheme. I think Wesley's going to be very, very happy. Again, I see this as a 2-result game just because the ending of the 2 bishops should favor black. Even if you have to play bishop to d7, knight e5, bishop to e8, you really want to preserve the 2 bishops. And probably you're not in a hurry to trade a rook either.
No, I think that might ease White's task. I agree. And I think it's important to point out that White's activity in these kinds of positions is often temporary. And it's precisely because of how good the bishops are at
Right.
pinning the knight, at defending weaknesses and kicking the knight away when the time is right. Okay, so he's gotten back to f3, allowing black to play bishop f5 if he
F5.
wants to. Does he want to?
Yeah, I kind of want to.
Let's see why not. I think I might have a handle on his idea. What if he wants knight e5?
Okay.
And
So
if f6, I want g4.
I thought you might want to do something as brave as this. And again, I want to preserve the 2 bishops. So I'll tuck my head between my tail and bishop
Right.
back to c8 and
Now I
bishop
want
back
to
to
get my
d6.
knight around.
Oh, and that forces me to
induced
give up the
f6.
rook.
Right.
But this is no Steinitz's G5 type of move to limit the knights. You're threatening bishop e6, you dog, as white. Once you've provoked f6, you can then play bishop to e6 and rob me of my 2 bishops advantage. g6.
And g4, stopping bishop f5.
And again, here, bishop to d7. And if knight e8, knight e5, pardon me, bishop to e8.
Well, there isn't much left on the menu. Also, after, oh, no, that's a shame. You can't do that. I was about to propose rook e8. There's a small issue with that move, but this move is check.
But seriously, you're so close on this one, Danya.
If the king was on g7, I would
For example,
very much want to play rook e8.
you wouldn't lose a bishop or the rook or the bishop on b6 either.
Oh yeah, no,
It's great.
which way you spin it, it doesn't work. Yeah.
Again,
if only
very
8
close.
things had been different.
Hey, f6,
He played it.
inviting bishop e6, but you mentioned knight f4 as well. And I gotta say, if Wesley's move f6 was necessary, I don't think that was a good move.
I don't love that move. I think it lets White off the hook permanently.
Yeah, I think he should have played bishop d7 and played knight e5, bishop e8. But now White's king suddenly is like, hey, you know what? My king on f3 is kind of good. It's not the tactical target it was before. And knight f4, White's starting to think, no,
Okay.
White's not starting to think anything. It's just knight e6 check. Bishop takes e6 is going to be bishops of opposite color draw.
Right, and one could make the case that White's slightly more active there, but bishop d8, bishop e7, and what you're saying is that
It's just
it's
too
an optical illusion. Yeah.
Yeah. So bishop c7, knight e6 check, bishop e6, rook e6, bishop e5, and there's no stopping rook e8 and a draw to be agreed.
Yeah, that's a good line. But if I go, and even if I go g5, you can still go rook e8. Doesn't matter. You close your eyes and get that rook d8.
Look, ma, no hands.
Right. Bishop d7.
Bishop d7.
So he's kind of goading White into knight e6 check. And after the trade, this bishop d8 move, I think, is another way to defend everything.
Bishop, you know what? Bishop d8 didn't come to my mind. I was beginning to think, holy smokes, how am I going to defend f6? And bishop d8 does the job very well. But for a moment there, when you don't see it, it's sort of like, did Wesley bund or something? Okay, White, Levon is saying, okay, it's a draw, but okay. You know, you didn't force the trade. Yeah, exactly. You didn't force the trade of the rooks. I did this once to myself and it was so embarrassing. I think I played a move like rook a6 because I was thinking rook b6, you know, and I was like, oh yeah, I'm going to win a pawn. My opponent played bishop c4, rook b6, b3, and I was stuck.
Oh my God. No, that's exactly what happens here, actually.
Yeah. It's like, oh dear.
What have I gotten myself into? Right.
That was really, really, really bad. I was like, I lost that game.
One of the
Okay.
worst feelings when you realize your piece is permanently arrested and you
Dang.
never move again.
Right. Now, on the other hand, this move is a very good move. Black is thinking rook to David 2, and maybe on a good day, even a bishop c5, kind of a swindle. Well, never
Yeah.
mind the b2 pawn, but the f2 pawn is also potential.
Yeah, but I was thinking of some shenanigans here with takes g5, but the problem is rook to David 6 also could be the
What?
saving. Well, don't.
Are you sure?
Absolutely, emphatically not sure.
Emphatically not sure.
This happened. G5.
Yeah.
Played FG.
Right. And
Okay,
to
that's
sidestep the threat of checkmate in one, rook g8, as Black is thinking, yeah, you can go bishop e6, but after rook d2, the check on g8 is not a killer. I mean, bishop will drop back, and once again, the pawn on b2 is countered.
Right. And you could technically win a pawn. Rook takes g5. This is happening. Rook takes g5, and then rook takes a5. But that's, not a pawn that won any. I mean, that is not not the greatest pawn in the world. Although
it's not winning you the game. That is for sure.
No.
So here we start to think. Yes, I was wondering if we start with the move rook c2, but I think bishop c3 is the cleanest.
Because if c4, there's bishop d4 now.
Yes.
That pawn on f2. You mentioned this idea earlier.
Yes.
Now this is a draw. We're going to have most likely our first blitz tiebreaker.
Ooh.
King e7, king d6. I mean, Levon is flirting a little bit with something that I would not flirt with.
He's getting himself a little bit into some kind of issues. One of the things that is really extraordinary about modern chess is the number of players who play the black side of the Berlin.
Right.
And one of the things that you've learned in these Berlins is that when Black does get his queen side action going, it's almost like an avalanche.
Yeah.
It goes good, and it goes better, and it goes better, and it goes better. And sometimes Black just wins on the queen side when he starts taking things. King d6, rook b3, but I almost expected Wesley there to start with the move rook b3 and start to say, hey, you know what? I'm not going to play rook c3 and make an easy draw.
He's not.
And he's done it. It's sort of like he's saying, like my queen side is the real deal. It's a draw, but
you're gonna have to work for it. You're gonna have to sweat for it. And 30 seconds on the clock for Lev. I mean, I don't think Levon even realized that this was a distinctly possible scenario that he would have to be the one working for it. That's a disconcerting feeling.
It certainly is. So what we start with king d5. If you go rook e4, then I go rook a2. And I got the rook c2 idea. Oh, he didn't do that.
And now I can start pushing.
Ooh,
rook g3.
Did Wesley miss an opportunity? Why didn't he go that king d5 route? Did you see what he did? What would have?
Oh, it was before c5. It was in this position that you were
king
proposing.
king d5.
Bishop d3, but I agree, this is very uncomfortable.
But this is the position where I wanted to go c5, bishop b4, and then win the a pawn.
Oh, you wanted to go after that,
which pawn. I think is what Wesley did. He wanted to go. Okay, I don't know if it was a missed opportunity, but it
was
sure
something.
felt like
Okay, now he's making a draw.
Rook g3.
Yeah, and now we're gonna have a draw offer by one of them. Poor Aronian hoping to get to b6 and win the pawn, but okay.
Right.
4 takes and f6 and a draw and a pretty
Nice.
balanced game. There were impressive ideas by both sides. It was never anything close to winning,
No.
but it kind of went back and forth a little bit.
It did feel like the advantage was a little bit of a hot potato there. But having said that, again, I just want to say high quality rapid chess game. Like that was, I mean, that is an easy game to confuse with a classical chess game, as they're right back. Game 2, tiebreaker.
I was thinking the same exact thing. Classical caliber level moves, and a Rui Lopez, a sort of slightly offbeat Rui Lopez setup here with the bishop on b7.
Right. But it's this move bishop d2 that it's like this one of the most peculiar looking moves that has I want to say given the position new life. I mean, from these world championship games between Nepo and Magnus Carlsen, this move bishop d2, very interesting. Okay, as we're kind of going into more traditional, what would we call a Marshall Gambit? It's not really a Marshall Gambit, but Black is sacrificing a pawn for very good piece play, and Levon has done this literally his entire career. I mean,
in Wesley, he's taking his time here. Levon, I agree, just seems more comfortable in these positions. These are not the positions you want to get with him.
And the fact that he could play a move like rook b8 a la tempo, like he just knows what he's like. That's not intuitively an obvious move, but it's actually a very decent move, and you can start to see the practical points right away. The rook on a8 was not doing anything particular, and now on b8 there is always these cheapo threats that the bishop on b3 would be an instant target, and tactics can occur literally at any moment.
So he's accepted the sacrifice
at last.
Indeed. And white, of course, has a hard time completing the development of his queen side, because now this bishop on d2 is blocking his own knight as Levon continues to pile it on with c5. He still seems incredibly confident. I don't like white's position at all.
It's funny, when Marshall actually created his gambit that he had prepared for years for his game with Capablanca, he played it with the idea of playing knight on d5 to f6. Just at the moment that Levon played the move bishop f6, Marshall went knight f6 with the idea of bishop d6 and knight g4 and hack and sack away. This is a completely different approach. Instead of going checkmate to white's king, sort of like you put all the pressure on c3. And what about that move?
Wait,
you want
so
my c3 pawn?
And then there's going to be a Forkovich in the end there, I guess. Oh, but wait a minute. There's a very important detail, Yasser.
Please.
If we just quickly go through this line,
Please.
If Wesley's relying on bishop takes c5, then he's cruising for cruising, because there's queen c6 with a fork.
You bet. That's the old double attack. That'll clear. That's a cold shower move. Threatening mate.
But okay, rook e8 also looks really good, just piling on the pressure. And if you take c5, there's knight f4.
Now that is dangerous. That I want nothing to deal with. To do with knight f4 hitting g2. That I'm not playing in that ballpark. No. Okay, isn't this
c takes b4 and bishop?
No. You take on e3 twice, Danya. Knight e3, fe3, rook e3, bishop d4.
Okay.
Queen protects.
I see what you're going for.
Oh, he didn't do it. I think that was a missed opportunity.
The problem there is maybe I would have just given up the e3 rook and gone for a quick develop and knight c3. I'm not pretending that white's doing well there, but I felt like maybe white can survive. He goes d4. And now, this bishop is loose as well.
I'm not liking this. I'm thinking takes on e3, rook takes e3, fe3, rook e3, rook e3, and anything d4, queen.
Right.
You just queen d4. and you're winning everything back with
But if
with
you think with the
interest.
bishop, I'll move my king, and then your queen's going to be pinned there. I'm sure there's probably something.
Including queen c6, a move that you mentioned a moment ago as well.
Wow. Rook
Wow,
G3,
wow, wow.
and then you
Okay,
basically take the bishop.
can I see it? Rook e3,
Yeah.
rook e3, queen d4. Queen takes
I think this
d4,
wins.
yes.
I think this wins because just to show everybody, the point is after king
Yeah.
f2, it's the lack of development of white's queen side
Exactly.
that absolutely kills him here. And
Absolutely.
I can guarantee you that's what he's calculating right now. He's going to find it. No, he played queen c6. He missed it. And it's still
Inviting
really
bishop
good.
f1. Oh,
BD.
my, good. Okay, bishop g5.
It still looks really overwhelming.
It
to be honest.
really,
It
really looks
still
good.
looks terrible.
Oh my goodness. It goes to
Look at-
show what kind of compensation activity, Danya. Trust me on this one.
Oh,
Don't go
completely
for the
not.
material. Don't be a materialist, Danya.
But you called it straight away, Yasser. I mean, going for this against Levon, who's played this for decades at this point. I mean,
You
he knows
don't.
this inside and out. He knows every idea in every position. And now he's a pawn up. He's completely winning. Completely
Totally.
winning.
B2 is hanging, and the bishops in an open position. This is where they're really showing their magnificence and their power, essentially. It's funny, in one way, black is set up on this long diagonal for mate. If you put the bishop on a7 and go queen c5, he would be
Set up on the other
checkmating on
diagonal.
g1. Yeah, I mean, okay, he's going for queen
Great
f2,
move.
perhaps. Ooh,
Great move by Levon. Going to
My-
f2, aiming
my-
at b2. Oh,
my spidey sense is tingling here, Danya.
oh yeah, mine as well. I think this is almost resignable.
Wow. Knight
Okay.
f3.
So
Okay,
he just
that's
says, I'm grabbing another one. Like,
hey,
gives me the
man.
pawn.
Yeah, man after my own heart. Gift me the pawn. Anchor the bishop on c3.
Oh,
Wow. Now bishop f3 is a killer threat. So he
Rook
has to defend.
one? I mean, I would create some luft. The old school approach would
Yes.
go G6 here. Oh, G5.
Oh, even better. But you move rook e1. My gosh, that is a visual. Why didn't he play rook e1?
That still looks good, to be honest.
Yeah, it
C7.
definitely looks good. Well, okay, 2 pawns up with attack. That was one of the great kibitzes of Roman Djindjiashvili. Black has compensation for his 2 extra pawns.
Right, exactly. I would still go rook e1.
I'm telling you, rook e1, like the moment you pointed it out, although there is a trick.
12
Rook e1,
seconds.
rook c3. No.
Oh, and Levon repeating moves. He's down to 10 seconds. Seems a
rook
little bit
e1.
hesitant here. Whoa.
He
don't repeat
doesn't
3
see the
times.
idea. He
Queen
didn't
f5
see
also
the
looks great.
Okay, g4. Finally, he's got what he wanted, which he's aiming to anchor his pawn on g3.
Yeah, but it's a little bit
Oh,
uncertain.
but
Now Black's
no.
king, Queen f2.
Yeah,
Queen f2.
I was about to say that knight
Pieces
on
on the board.
h4 looks like it's going to be vulnerable to some rook h5 ideas. He didn't play rook h5.
Wait.
Oh,
if he
bishop-
takes, he
bishop
does this Knight
d4.
f5 check. Bishop d4 wins. Bishop d4. He missed the knight f5 check.
Knight f5 check.
Wait a second. Now it's not that simple anymore. No way Wesley recovered. No, but he's still completely lost. He's going to have so many pawns here.
Oh my
But-
gosh.
Bishop c2, queen d3. There's bishop f5.
Oh, but now
now
you can
Levon
just push
pushing.
the queen side pawn.
Oh
So
my
he
goodness,
ended
how
up-
did he do that?
He blundered his queen, but he
Bishop
got
d4.
enormous. Oh, that's a
Bishop
resigns.
c4.
Bishop-
Goodbye.
bishop-
It's just checkmate.
Whoa.
But what a defense
Okay.
by Wesley. And Levon of the fist bump there. I mean, my goodness.
By the way, again, that was a big, big dog matchup. We saw it with Hikaru and Grisha, and I had a feeling that could have gone either way at the end, but in truth, Levon was always in control, Danya.
He absolutely was, to varying degrees. He could have won that more efficiently, but
I think so as well.
You're beating Wesley. You're low on time. He got a little nervous. We'll cut him some slack.
Right.
The result, the upshot is that he wins. He's our third semifinalist, and that leaves us with one more match between Jose Martinez. I don't know where Maxulu came from. Jose Martinez and Daniel Dubov. You do not want to miss this final quarterfinal match. And then, of course, we've got Hikaru and Aronian and others in the semifinals. So don't go anywhere. We hope you're enjoying the Sunday knockout of the Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. We will be right back with the last quarterfinal. Chess.com's coverage of the 2022 Candidates Tournament is coming this June from Madrid. Watch the top players compete for their chance to face Magnus Carlsen for the World Championship title. Tune in to chess.com/TV to enjoy exclusive footage of the playing hall and expert commentary on every move. That's coming your way this summer. Well, the final quarterfinal of the RCC Sunday knockout presented by Coinbase is coming your way in just a couple of moments. Yasser, we just witnessed a tremendous display by Levon Aronian, who defeats Wesley. So now it's time for Dubov against Jasper.
Absolutely. And they are underway. And I got to tell you, defeating Wesley So these days is something you should be really proud of. And that was a game that I felt that Levon had more or less control of from start to finish. So a big, big victory as Levon books his ticket into the semifinals, and they're off with our fourth and final quarterfinal, Danya.
Yeah, and Dubov has the black pieces. He's been qualifying consistently. He hasn't won the RCC yet, but we know what he's capable of from all of his matches with Magnus, and he really made a name for himself during COVID.
Yeah, this whole setup with G6 and this kind of a Rossalimo with E5, and now Magnus has been playing the black side as he did in the 2018 World Championship match, but he's also been playing the white side with this kind of English move order of C4, Knight C3, G3, and E4. Very, very surprising. And as we know, Donald has been working with Magnus. So something's rubbing off both ways here. And I think Magnus's results speak for themselves with this system. And I'm looking at Black's position right here, right now. And I'm thinking to myself, there's nothing wrong with this. This looks
it's solid,
really good.
No, I've never done well in the Rossalimo with white. I never understood sort of the philosophy behind the structure. Bishop takes C7 is a really interesting position. Why I think what he wants is to drop this bishop back to C4 and perhaps put a knight on T5, control the center.
Yeah, but okay, two bishops and great, you've got a square. I mean, I'm not disputing
that's about all I have.
That's it. I mean, okay, after bishop C4, I really want to play F5. I'll go king H8, and we do have that's coming on our board. And again, I'm thinking king H8, and you can, if you like, you can plant a knight on the very solid D5 square. But I'm playing for F5, as Daniel is saying. Yeah. And once Black gets in his F5, well, you're a King's Indian defense player. You know what it's all about.
Oh, anytime you play F5, you're good.
You're good.
We're in good shape. You're living. Now, maybe Rook E1 can be considered by Jose as a way, as a deterrent. But no, he just goes A4. He's not concerned.
And funnily, like a moment ago, you go A3, right? Now he's going A4. And again, I just feel like, okay, if I'm Black, let's see it. So F5, if you take on F5 and I recapture with the pawn, I am threatening E5, E4, Tanya. So you don't have time to play Rook E1 and trying to keep me honest and stuff. What does White have in mind?
Well, Daniel is not rushing with F5. He goes queen up to D6. So he secures the E5 pawn first.
Okay, remarkable self-composure.
Right, I would not be able to. That's like, I'm seeing the chocolate chip cookies.
I feel like a Dr. Strangelove here, like cannot control the hand, must play F5. Got to do it.
But what is White going to do on the other hand? Knight D5 is on the board.
What else? He's
right.
Knight D5. Else. Okay. Again, F5. I mean, like I'm sorry to be a one-trick pony here, but the one thing I think I want to avoid is bishop E6, knight takes E7, bishop takes C4. Takes on C4, just recapture that bishop, just take it. They're like, don't even play games. Queen takes, and in this knight versus bishop kind of position, after queen to E2, and I try to plant a rook on D5, I feel that I'm happier to play White.
Without
even
question.
Though, yeah, but I've got this dingy pawn structure. If you put the c2 pawn on b3, everybody would understand. But even with this pawn structure, I like the knight versus the bishop. So this is the one thing that black needs to avoid.
Agreed. And on that note, Dubov pushing the pawn to f5, and Jose immediately trading on e7.
I think that was very, I think it's very important, by the way, that, you know, again, the knight on d5 looks pretty. If you let black play knight to c6 and f5, f4, we're gonna call in the priest.
Right.
You know, like
G5, G4, and
for the final rights, because you are not. Wow, I was gonna say, I think if I'm white, I was taking on f5 because I'm so afraid of these attacks. I'm
terrified of this. F4, G5.
Right?
Gosh,
yeah,
because they go so quickly.
Exactly.
It might be that Jose just wants to ignore everything, and you know, let's say black gets f4, g5, g4, and the knight, you know, is somewhere on d2.
Dancing. Yeah.
What's going to be the follow-up to that? Like, let's say your pawns on f4 and g4.
F3,
then I'll
of
go
course.
G3.
Right, and then I do
me.
my thing, and then I check, and then I go
H5.
h5, h4, bishop h6, and I go and checkmate you. Yeah.
Yeah, black's position is so solid. Otherwise, it's very hard to manufacture anything on the queen side.
Rook to b8. Wow. Again, in a repeat of my Dr. Strangelove, and my hand cannot prevent myself. I'm playing f4 and I'm playing g5.
No,
and
me too.
And come what may, it's a pawn storm.
Yeah, no, I do not need to be told twice. Like, I would do this even at the cost of a pawn, or even sometimes an exchange. Just getting the structure is, you know, paradise on earth.
Right. Again, don't forget that in a rapid chess, the initiative, can be worth, as you just said, a pawn, and putting your opponent. Look at the clock times too. Well, actually, pardon me, that's 7-11 to 7-11. I actually saw a 2 at the bottom there. White had not used that much time.
Right. So you mentioned the word the initiative, right? And I think you'll agree with me that when somebody says of a player that he's really good with the initiative, it's not exactly the same as calling the player a good attacker, although they sometimes go hand in hand. Who, in your opinion, comes to mind specifically in regards to handling the initiative really well?
Funny you should mention it, but we just saw a guy, his name was Levon Aronian, who handles the initiative really well. I mean, I've seen him do great things. And by the way, our world champion, you know, he's got a lot of great qualities as a chess player. And I don't think anybody ever said, you know, Magnus can't attack and he doesn't play well with the initiative. So there are a number of players at the very elite level. I want to say that Firouzja, Ali Firouzja, he recently went through this streak where he qualified for the candidates, where he was just doing some awfully good things.
Yeah, he was doing he was pushing some of the right buttons.
Exactly. The initiative. He was pushing the initiative. So yeah, there are names, and they're exciting names to watch. And by the way, Fedosiev.
Oh yeah,
another guy. I love watching. You know, he comes up with some wild and crazy attacking schemes. By the way, what do you think of the move H2, H3?
I don't know if the medicine is worse than the disease here. I mean,
right, the cure.
Now, if black gets G4 and this pawn is a hook, so you might have to open up the H file. Here comes Daniel, H5.
Yeah. H5, a different approach, because he might be thinking he can go King H6 and G5, G4 and support the pawns that way. The thing is, I did like the move G5. If you could just take the move back for a moment, Danya. I did like the move G5. And if you played Knight H2, I'm not saying Knight H2 is a good move, but and the move I really like here by black is Queen E8.
Agreed, completely.
You're ready for H5, Queen G6 and G4, but by the way, gift me the pawn. I
Oh yeah,
am. I do want
That
to take
is
that guy. Yeah,
that is hanging.
that's why I wanted to point out that Queen E8 did have the double impact. But H5, basically Donald is saying with this move H5, I want to play G5 and maybe even King H6 and support G5, G4.
Right, and if white plays H4, then this time the medicine is definitely worse than the disease because black plays Bishop F6 and
yeah, you can kiss that goodbye. And again, we call maybe Bishop G4 too, and to call in the priest. Oh,
yeah, no,
that's
definitely
G5.
calling the priest. The
That's
priest is
knight
already
G5.
here.
Yeah,
The priest came when black played F4,
right,
so the priest is waiting.
right, in the wing.
And Jose is thinking after H5. The other thing that worries me about white's position, this bishop on D5, it looks mighty fancy, but it is totally imprisoned. It's in a prison of white's own creation.
Exactly.
And it's not participating in the defense.
Exactly. It's this gorgeous bishop that just radiates and controls the whole board. And if you trade it off queens, we'd be talking about how big is white's advantage. With the queens on the board, we're talking about how big is black's advantage, because this kingside attack is deadly. It is really coming, and you better start thinking of ways of, you know, A5, and you got to, you might even want to put on your running shoes here. King F1 and King E2 definitely would have my attention, especially because in that case, G5, G4, at least the bishop on D5 is radiating to the G8 square. So black's king is going to be a little bit, you know what I mean? It's going to be.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I mean, black's king is just going to be a litlittle bit after HG, HG, rook H1 check, for example.
Right. And
this is already double-edged.
Right. That's what I'm saying. That could get fun. But so, yeah, putting on your running shoes with King F1, I can support that as an idea.
I always find that idea
Knight
impressive.
H2. No, he's gone the wrong way.
No running shoes yet?
No, he's gone the wrong way. Queen E8, tickling the A4 pawn, but also threatening G5 and Queen G6. And the move King H6, also with the idea of G5, G4, and Queen H4 is getting my nod.
Now, is it possible that Jose wants to, I know this doesn't look good, but play F2, F3, and, you know, this, it's like those movie scenes where you put everything against the door so it can't be broken down. You bring the chair, and then you bring the
bookshelves,
right, everything. And then the bad guy keeps trying to knock it over.
And here's Johnny.
Oh, right, exactly. Good one.
I got the battle axe.
Right.
Exactly. That's unfair to bring an axe to. But I hear you. Yeah.
It can be hard for black to play, and you don't want to play G4 and trade everything on G4. That's not the conditions under which you want to play that move. Exactly.
But that's a good point, that, you know, you can go for that stalwart knight H2, F3, the King's Indian kind of style where you put a bishop on E2 as white and a rook on A3. So whenever G4 gets traded, comes across. I mean, you know, like, thou shall not pass. And Donald maybe intuiting that F2, F3 is on white's agenda, plays this move, soft move, bishop, yes, precisely so, Danya. Bishop H4 to G3, anticipating that F3 might have been on white's play. King F1. Okay, I would have rather running shoes are on. I would have rather done that move with the knight on F3, only because it would have given me an option maybe of going knight to D2. King H6. So both players are combining the ideas that the position presents to them. King H6.
Now, the one thing I'd say is that even if white's king magically teleports to A2, it's not like the queen side is totally immune from getting blasted open with A6, B5. So frying pan into the fire kind of situation here might occur.
There was this absolutely brilliant game that I had put in a book, King Walks, that I had worked on with Bruce Harper, where Anatoly Karpov versus Ulf Anderson. Anatoly moved his king all the way from G1 all the way over to A2 on the queen side. And decided, you know what? The king wasn't really that safe, and he brought it all the way back.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I gotta look at that game. I'm not aware of that one.
It was great. It was from a Queen's Gambit declined situation. But
it's like
nice.
that joke. It's like that joke about the three guys stuck in an island, and first one swims 30% of the way back to short rounds. Second one swims 40% of the way back to short rounds. Third one swims 99% of the way to shore and says, "I'm tired. I'm going back. I'm going back to the island."
Yeah, it's been too much.
Right.
Nice.
Rook A1. So he's just sort of flexible move. He's not sure which way he's going to go.
Well, it kind of presents Donald with a little bit of a conundrum himself, because Donald really, I mean, he wants to play G5 or G4 and get on with business, right? But at the same time, it's like he wants to be sure that if the king side does open up, that he opens it up to his own advantage and not his opponent.
Not to the fireworks of a rook on H1 and a discover check against the black king.
Right.
A little bit careful.
So bishop H4. So how does he plan to meet knight F3?
That's a great question. Is he really going to leave his bishop on H4? Is that a bishop that you're ready to part ways with, Danielle?
That's the question. But also rook A1, that was, for me, these players are playing so cagily. It's like everybody's keeping all of their options open.
Right.
Rook G1. That's not on my
one. Wow.
That's not on my radar at all. Like, what is the rook doing on G1 that's so good?
Rook Grisha 1.
Rook Grisha.
G as in I started doing that recently with spelling my last name because I've gotten so fed up. You know, N is in Nancy, A is in Adam, R is in Robert, but I couldn't. I think I said O as in Odell, as if that's like a popular name. G as in Grisha.
So you're calling customer service.
Oh yeah. I don't know how many of them have heard of Odell.
And G for Grishik. Could you spell Grishik, please?
Oh my god! And then G as in Gary Kasparov.
Right. Yeah.
That's when
okay.
Put the phone down. I don't need that AT&T service anymore.
Exactly.
Queen C2, yeah. So he's preparing King D1 potentially. Again, very cagey. That's the right word for it.
But let's get on with business, Danya. G5. Oh, he's playing for G3. Oh my! Now we understand the point of Rook G1, don't we?
Whoa, A5. Now that surprises me because I thought Black wanted to keep open the option of opening up the queen side, but I guess not.
Yeah, I'm with you 100% on that one, buddy. A5. Well, the good news about the move A5, it keeps the A4 pawn as a target for the rest of the game, right? I mean, that pawn is not going to A5. Okay, I think Danya is finally getting himself ready for the great big reset, and he's playing at last for G5 and G4, and I think he can now deliver on the promised land, G5.
I think it's time. He's set everything up. And the issue is that even if White's king escapes to the queen side, which it has, if the H file opens, even though there's no king there, it doesn't mean that White's safe. Right. There's F3. So that was Jospim's idea all along.
Right. And his idea was that he was waiting for Black to be in a situation where, you know, he couldn't play bishop H4 and invade. For example, teleport the dark square bishop to the D4 square, and White is crying. So White cagily is strange. It feels like Black's the one dictating the action, but I still haven't made the breakthrough.
And now Jose is down to 56 seconds on the clock. King c3, rook bh8. Of course, black has to keep an eye on the b pawn, but that can be defended quite easily by the queen. And if necessary, the bishop can drop back so that the rook on h6 protects that pawn as well. Rook g1.
Yeah, there was something about that rook h8 move that I really like. This idea of queen to f8, bishop to d8. So you got everything all protected.
Ooh.
And then you're going to go g4 and, you know, launch. He went rook g6 right away. Okay, by the way,
Percolating.
Queen e8 tickled the a4 pawn, reminded white. That's kind of sad that the rook on a1 now has to play this largely defensive role forever.
It's a problem for white, assuming that the king side is going to open. White needs all hands on deck. I don't know if you can afford a rook that's tied down, although black might have to give up the light squared bishop.
Now exactly in this type of moment, my book King Walks really told the reader, you must play king f6, king e7, king d6,
right,
king c7, because the whole point is black wants to open up the king side and he doesn't want his king on the king side. And for those of you who remember the World Championship match in 2013 in New York between Magnus and Sergei Karyakin, a game that Sergei nearly won with the black pieces, is he took his king from the king side over to the queen side before making his great g4 break.
And especially given how patient Dubov has been, I mean, just one more piece in the puzzle, bring the king away. But that doesn't mean g4 is necessarily going to be that overwhelming. And it's also possible that the game ends in a draw because he calculates that this is just too risky.
Right.
And
he doesn't want to open.
Never mind.
And never mind.
And
freeze your thought for everything.
Away.
Yeah, he's going for it. So take on h1. And again, it's a little bit surprising to me that black left his king on the queen side. But look at this. He's going for this bishops of opposite color position like it's really something.
And he's controlling the H file, which is quite important. Rook a2. I don't know about that one. That looks pretty passive.
Well, the g2 pawn was going to need defending one day.
True.
So more or less a move that you'd kind of expect. And here we go. Okay. Can black squeeze here? This is a position you kind of expect Magnus would enjoy himself.
Right, and win in 96 moves against Mamedyarov or something like that.
Right.
Oh, now wait a minute.
Whoa. Okay. Who invited the white queen to the party?
Oh, it invited itself to the party. That a5 pawn invited it to the party. I would even consider queen b5 now. Sack g2. Of course, that's incredibly risky. And he plays queen f1 instead. I'm on the opposite side of that. I think that queen b5 reduces all the risk. Like rook takes g2, rook takes g2. And the moment I land on d7 or e8 with the queen, you're going to give me a perpetual check. No question about it.
You're pulling the parachute.
Black's king. Okay, bishop e6. Now, how does black make progress is the key question.
That's a question, right? Because in some funny, no, bishop h3 couldn't trap the queen. But I think Donald felt it might cause an issue. So he said, okay, I'll get my queen out of dodge.
He's poking and he's prodding and attacking a4. King
to b3.
White
but it's about
on.
No, you got to play bishop to h4 as black. Somehow, I don't like the move queen h5. I think now white's safe.
Queen f3.
Yes.
And this essentially forces a queen to, because now queen e1 is a draw, but not more than that. Let's put it that way. And a trade of queens, and it's a draw.
Yeah.
And we're going to have ourselves another blitz game.
We sure. Well, white, if you pardon the expression, the Seattle expression, white seized the defensive. and he hung on. You
Mhm.
know, the good defense held Danya.
Dubov just took a sip of his San Pellegrino, stealing himself for the 3-minute game. And now Daniel has white. Let's see if he can make something out of the opening. An English defense, symmetrical English.
Did you ever have a particular water that you liked over others?
I'm a big fan of sparkling water. I almost always drink sparkling water.
I like the
I like-
bubblies.
I love Perrier, San Pellegrino. Right now I'm
Yes.
drinking a Georgian sparkling water called Barjomi. It's salty.
Mm,
It's got
really?
sodium. It's supposed to have all these famed health benefits. And it's not that easy to find. You can only find it in, international Eastern European stores. So
Fantastic. Well,
yeah, but I
somebody's
like a lot of
marketing.
different brands. Right.
Somebody's marketing
sponsor
their
me.
products, and we got a Danya on the hook over here. We're not letting them go. Nice.
If they want me to sponsor them, or they want to sponsor me, I'll be more than happy to.
Right.
I'll
I
talk
like
to Danny.
I like
Just let me
this.
shout them out.
Yeah, I like this Icelandic water. I think it was called Iskar. I'm not a.
Oh, Iskar. Yeah.
Yeah, but that somehow I played in the Icelandic Open. I played a couple of events in Reykjavik, and it was always available, and it was always good. Like it just had a very good taste that I liked. By the way, we've got a pawn sacrifice. What can you? And not necessarily designed to bring about some kind of a checkmating attack. Rook d1, bishop g5, and to freeze Black's queenside.
But
That's a
how does that
remarkable.
work logistically? Because Rook d1, I'll play bishop d7 straight away.
Okay.
And Rook d1 is on the board.
So if
D1
you
is
play
on the
bishop
board.
d7 straight away and I go bishop g5, you're saying you have time to play bishop c6?
Got
Okay.
Rook b8 in the eval bar.
And Belmar said, no way, that sucks.
Bishop
that-
f1 apparently is the move.
No.
Bishop f1, b5, and a4, undermining the knight, and Black is in big trouble. And he asked for the other issue is if you move the knight, queen takes e5 ends the game.
Now that is the tactic we were looking for. Queen takes e. Bishop f1. What I really liked about bishop f1 is that after b5, a4, the knight on b3 protects the rook on a1, so that yes, a4 takes b5 is actually a winning threat. And bishop f1.
That would have
that's nasty.
Not easy to see. I have a theory that one of the hardest moves to see is the moves
backward,
that unfianchetto the bishop.
Exactly. The backward retreating move of a fianchetto bishop, it goes against the grain.
And I think we went offline briefly, so let me just repeat real fast. Dubov just had an opportunity to essentially win the game with this crazy move, bishop f1, b5, a4, and the knight is in massive trouble. Anyways, he doesn't do it, so he's still 2 pawns down, Yasser, but these kinds of positions are so hard to play for Black. You got to keep your eyes on all of these different knight sallies and moves.
Oh, no question about it. And also the very fact that rook on a1 to c1 sometimes penetrates down to the c7 square, and your 2 extra pawns are like clogs, like they just don't go anywhere on f6. And right. Okay, but now knight b6, I was about to say, invites the move queen g4 because you're threatening queen g7 as
King
you're pointing
f8.
out. King F8, rook. No, King F8, Queen H4. Oh no, that's
Queen
crazy.
H4. Oh, you want
No.
F5 rook D8.
Yeah, I did, but I saw the move knight
You
D5
die, I see.
and I die. Oh, King F8. Okay, what's Donald's follow-up? He definitely wants knight C5, right? Yeah. I thought that he wanted knight C5, but I don't see the follow-up to this move, knight C5.
Knight D6.
Well, then you wanted your queen on H5.
Right.
You didn't want it on G4.
Now, Black can play H5 himself and preempt that move. 38 seconds for Jospin. I wouldn't put too much stock on the eval bar here.
So I'm guessing the move knight D. Yeah, you're right. He's played H5. I was guessing that the move knight D5 was somehow there's a rook takes D5 tactic, but I wasn't sure that knight on C8 may not return.
Well, I thought maybe first knight takes C8 and then bishop takes D5.
And he's done it
now. Now, yes, sir. I think Black is consolidating, and he's.
I was about to say two pawns. Oh yeah, this is Donald has blown it. His whole initiative, his whole that he had going has disappeared as Black's 2 extra pawns, and now White is playing for
tricks. Like that move. I like the move knight C3 though.
I do.
I think one of his last hopes is to prevent the development of Black's bishop. That raises the possibility that there are tricks. So Jospin actually sacrifices one of the pawns, but he gets his bishop out, which is worth the price of admission here.
Yeah, that was a small. An exchange sacrifice.
But how do you follow this up? Bishop G4 is on tap, and Bishop C6 as well. And now Dubov is just hoping for a miracle at this point.
Truly, and I mean, in the immortal words of Bent Larson, nobody believes you.
No,
this is not an exchange sacrifice. Whoa.
Where there are knights, there is trouble, though, and Queen E6 covering the F5 square.
I was about to say the one piece that you don't wanted to trade as Black was the light square bishops, but wait a minute, it's a pawn and an exchange. Come on.
Yes, and potentially a queen trade. He could have traded queens earlier, but I guess he didn't want to because that greatly weakens his pawns. Ugh, here's F4. Boom.
F5, F4. At time, look at the clocks.
Jospin has plenty of time. 21 seconds now. Here's Johnny.
Ooh. Bishop D6 is on tap. Bishop D6, Bishop F4. There's a mate on H2.
Rook is on an open file. Black is completely winning.
He wants to set up that bishop takes F4.
Queen F3 also looks good here.
Queen F3 looks like a zinger for sure.
Ooh, Queen D3 forcing the queen trade, and it's basically over. Takes and rook takes.
Oops.
Okay, there goes the knight. Just a couple of spite checks.
Yeah, you can easily walk your king
and
to safety.
And Daniel Dubov resigns. And what a game by Jospin.
Very impressive game. I mean, really, he defended, and then, but there was a missed opportunity, Don.
There was a missed opportunity.
For those of you, Donald was winning. He could have played that really crunchy move, Bishop F1, that wasn't intuitively obvious. But once you see B5, A4, you know it's game over.
Once you notice that the rook hangs right after the knight moves.
That was crucial. Knight
he's
B6.
Going to be kicking himself.
Yeah, he missed a golden opportunity to get to the semifinals, but we have our semifinals.
Jose Martinez with nerves of steel in a very hard position to play in a blitz game. He defeats Daniel Dubov with the black pieces, and he is our final semifinalist. So the stage is set. You can take a look at the bracket here. We've got Fedoseev against Hikaru Nakamura and Jose Martinez against Levon Aronian. Do not go anywhere. You better not go anywhere because we are in for a doozy. You're watching the Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. We'll take a quick break and come back for the semifinals in just a couple of moments. Okay, we are back at the Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. Daniel Naroditsky and Yasser Seirawan bringing you the coverage. The quarterfinals are in the books as we look at the bracket. Yasser, two mouth-watering matchups, starting with Fedoseev versus Nakamura.
Absolutely. Well, Hikaru, as we know, is a beast, but Fedoseev, for me, he's one of those players who can beat anybody on a given moment. And so the dangers are very, very real. And as we saw in those quarterfinals, we've got, well, mouth-watering matchups, as you mentioned. And I just don't know how these two match up personally. I'm sure they have played dozens of times against each other in blitz and bullet and so on. But what's their personal record? No idea.
I know Hikaru has a pretty hefty plus score in blitz, but then again, he has a hefty plus score against everybody.
Right.
Now, I want to say that Fedoseev beat him in one of the World Cups a couple of years ago, but I'm not positive. I'll have to look that up during the break. So Vladimir definitely has had his share of competitive matches against Hikaru, and I know that he can tilt. He can be annoying for Hikaru. Fedoseev has this style, you know, this cagey style. He doesn't let anybody have it easy. He's always causing problems, and no matter who you are, Hikaru included, he's very uncomfortable to play against, especially when he's in the Vatican as he is now.
He can push you around, and as the first semifinals of this week 9 are underway, and it's interesting to see, you know, you have these 1E4 players, and boy, the E4 players are having difficulties. And then you have these D4 players, and they don't like playing D4 right away because maybe the Queen's Gambit accepted. So they like to get into their D pawn openings by first playing Knight F3 and G3 and Bishop G2. Right. And we've gotten, whoa, this is a funny Catalan.
I prepared this line with Black before the US Championship. This has gotten very popular recently. Christopher Yu actually is one of the first ones who's played this line regularly with Black. Looks very, very strange, Yasser, but it's actually quite good.
Yeah, it's like you go B5, the guy goes A4, and you ignore it. Like, what?
Yep, you just take my pawn, I don't care. And now the line is Knight C3, Bishop takes F3. You snag the pawn on D4. So that's one of the main lines.
Right.
And otherwise, Black gets this sort of the central clamp that, again, it looks very ugly because of the doubled C-pawns, but the computer makes it work. So I know for a fact that this is, I think, one of the most reputable lines right now against the Catalan. Again, Knight C3, there's Bishop takes F3 and Knight takes D4. So Fedoseev goes Queen A4. This I already don't know.
Wow. And Knight D7 was played very, very quickly. And it's a move that when you see it, you kind of wonder about it. But then visually you go, okay, wait a minute. If I get to go Knight B6 and Bishop to F6, there's going to be some serious pressure on the D4 pawn. So yeah, I can get behind that. It's remarkable. Seriously, the Catalan is like one of these openings that, you know, it gets played really, really a lot. And then it's sort of like everybody stops playing it. It's like, yeah, it's dead, it's dead, it's dead.
It's so weird how that
happens. And then it comes
the
back, and it's like infused with new ideas. And look at this, Queen A1, like, and then it suddenly becomes very, very popular again.
I remember,
and then everybody
like,
goes,
the last of these
never mind.
cycles. Yeah, like there was this line that was discovered for Black that included the move C7, C6. And everybody started playing, and it was like, this is the refutation. That's it.
Right.
You know, the Catalan is gone for good. And then some dude, Yakovenko or somebody, played it again. And that started the whole cycle again. He found a new idea. We know where the story went from there. You're absolutely right. That's
it
true of many
is.
openings.
The Catalan itself seems to have, like, you know, 9 lives as far as an opening and a defense, what have you. And I'm warming up to the position for Black because in some really peculiar way, this bishop on D5 is like this great cement, like glue. And if you get to play moves like c7, c5, and just trade things off, no problem.
Queen b1.
Queen b1, by the way, eyeballs very important, as you're pointing out. E2, e4. You just don't want to see that move land unperturbed. Now, having said that, how do we stop e4? f7, f5 is not a move that I readily volunteer for, and the knight went back to f6.
So bishop f4 looks pretty natural. Fedoseev, no, he's insisting. He wants e4.
Right?
And I like the way that Vladimir has handled this. I think he's gotten a combative, interesting position, maybe with a tiny little something, although Hikaru preemptively dropping his bishop back, taking the stake out of e4.
He certainly did. E2, e4, knight d3, as you're pointing out, blocks the queen's defense of the e4 pawn. And I'm guessing e4, knight d3, knight e5, queen d4, knight d3 is nothing but a draw.
Oh, so you're saying here, and now try to smoke that knight out of d3.
Queen takes d4, knight takes d3, bishop e3.
Yeah,
likely a draw.
This bishop a little bit lame on g2, which is hurting White's chances here, I think.
Yeah, no, that's not bringing home the bacon. It needs more.
Nothing really brings home the bacon against Hikaru, though.
Okay.
He doesn't give you the bacon.
It doesn't give you the bacon. Okay. Since the knight on b4 is really eyeballing the d3 square, we're not going to go for e2, e4. I was about to say, how about the alternative that's often played in the Catalan? Bishop to g5, capture the knight on f6, put the knight on e4, and make pretense.
Queen a8 by Hikaru, stopping any potential knight e4.
That is a very, very frustrating move.
Annoying. Hikaru's annoying. He's good.
I know.
Dang,
Bishop
this
f6.
guy's good at chess.
Yeah, bishop f6, bishop f6, knight e1, bishop g2, knight g2, rook d8, and I got nothing.
And lest we forget, what I was about to say something very wrong.
I thought you were about to say something very wise and deep and meaningful.
Well, if you start a sentence with lest, I was going to say that black is up a pawn, which he's not and hasn't been for many moves now. All of a sudden, it got into my head that black is still up a pawn. I guess that is White's biggest consolation, is the fact that this is a permanent weakness.
Yeah, and he's not material down, right?
No.
Okay, so this move, queen a1, does have a purpose. The idea is that there is the potential for a trade of queens. And as you were mentioning, because I'm not a pawn down, I will be playing the move after trading queens, knight to e5, targeting the c4 pawn, which you mentioned. That's delectable. And if White can get in those ideas, then he will indeed be doing well. Whoa, h6. This is actually very sharp suddenly.
Yeah, no, there's a lot going on all sides of the board, king side and queen side action here. Where is the bishop going to go? Are you going to take f6, drop it to f4? This is what Hikaru does, Yasser. He forces you to make decisions, and those decisions take time off of your clock.
Okay, let's do it. Let's just go right down the most direct path. Bishop f6, bishop f6, queen a8, something recaptures. Knight to e5. I mean, it's like the cleaning lady. Knight to e5. Cleaning lady comes in and just vacuums the whole place.
Right, everything.
Now you could play c5, or you could play bishop e5. Your choice.
This definitely likeliest to end in a draw, but yeah, I guess White is not risking there. Let's see. Fedoseev, he took the queen first. So now the question is, does he take the knight, or does he drop the bishop back either to f4, maybe to d2? I don't know about that.
I can understand d2.
Although black has c5 there, I feel like the worst is behind him.
Let me try something else. How about bishop f6, bishop f6? Oh, he did play bishop to d2. Bishop f6, I was going to suggest bishop f6, knight to david 2. Then if you traded everything on g2 and took on d4, I was going to take on c4. and I got nothing.
Pretend that you have a solid side.
I don't know. I'm not even gonna pretend. No, there's nothing.
Rook
there.
D8 by Nakamura,
should-
who's played really, really fast. He's got almost 8 minutes left.
Inviting Rook A1.
Then does he have C5? Rook A7.
Yes,
I don't
he
want to
does.
calculate that, Yasser. I'm too lazy.
Yeah, but I understand what you're saying. The Rook A7, Bishop F3, Bishop F3. The bishop is still hanging on E7, but you're right. I don't want to calculate it either. What do I want to calculate? One thing, Danya, that throughout this whole game we haven't mentioned, the knight on C3 really has played a quiet role.
What was
Isn't
that?
it time to play knight to B5?
Exactly. It's time.
The idea, of course, is tickling the C pawn, but more importantly, I want to play knight A3. Knight to A3.
Yep.
And
Get to
let me
that
tickle.
pawn.
Yes. Later on a good day, I can play Rook C1, maybe. But I thought that knight B5 might upset Black a little bit.
It definitely does. I mean, C5 to me seems like the instinctual response, but I think we had a line previously with where this happens. That C4 pawn is weaker than its counterpart on B2, right?
Right.
So I don't know if white takes and goes
Rook
bishop
C1 for
E1 or
example.
something.
Well, the rook is hanging, right? So you got to go.
Oh
like-
my god! Oh my goodness! I hallucinated. I thought the knight was on E3 or something.
Right.
Knight F3 takes D1.
I was going to say
you-
rook C1, Bishop F3, Bishop B4. Sorry, you were about to ask a question. Have I done
this
something
is
like
more,
that?
This is more important. I feel like you've probably borne witness to these kinds of illegal moves in your
Yes.
career, probably more than one.
Yes, yes. My favorite one really was Granda Zuniga. I think I've mentioned it before to you. Granda Zuniga versus Michael Gurevich in an interzonal in Manila, where Granda Zuniga sacrificed his queen and was going to make a knight fork. At the same time that Michael captured the queen, he put his hand on Zuniga's knight, so it can't move because it was in a pin.
Oh.
Like an illegal move. But I mean, it was like he was taking the queen and also preventing the knight from moving and forking. It was pretty hilarious. But
That
yeah,
is
those
funny.
illegal moves, man. It's just not fair, you know.
I remember. I mean, I was playing a K through 5 nationals, and I hated those tournaments because I was 2000. I would always lose to a 1600. So in round 3, I was playing a 1600, and I got wiped off the board. I had a knight and a pawn, and he had a rook and 3 pawns. It was something totally winning, and he makes an illegal move. And I got really, really excited because I thought that an illegal move forfeited the game. I just never knew the rule. So I called over the arbiter, and I'm like, he just made an illegal move.
Yeah.
And the arbiter says, he looks at the position, says, congrats, here's your 2 minutes, as if that helps. And I'm like, what?
That's the penalty. That's all I get.
2 lashings. Come
2
on.
lashings, minutes. Bishop C6. After some thinking there, Hikaru did not like defending this pawn on C7. He didn't like pushing it to C5 as you had suggested, like a kind of a knee-jerk reacting kind of move. Bishop C6. Now, when I'm playing the Catalan, as white, you know what my dream is? My dream is to put a knight on C6. I always want to put a knight on C6. So if you don't mind, can I start with the move bishop takes B4, bishop takes knight A7?
Ooh, and then you want the other knight to go to E5.
I certainly do. I
think
really,
he's going for it. He is.
Yeah. Well, maybe I
What an
get
idea.
my cheapo in twice. These guys are really good. No, but if you think about it, oh my gosh, bishop takes F3, bishop takes F3 is a positional overkill because the knight on C6 is absolute god. It's a Thor on the C6 square. So that's something Hikaru has to avoid.
But if he moves his bishop back, then you have 2 Thors.
Yes.
One of them is defending the other.
Like, what's better than one Thor?
Two Thors.
Yeah, of course.
One fish, two fish, red fish, goldfish, two
Yeah.
Thors.
Two Thors. Hadn't thought about that, but yeah, I mean, with the mystic Mullinger hammer.
Why is the eval bar pointing to equality? It is because of the move bishop d5, but what is the follow-up to knight e5? Is it rook a8 and rook a2 trying to get active that way?
Maybe I've overestimated the power of the knight on c6. I actually thought the knight on c6 was, incredibly godlike, but maybe it's not. I mean, that would be so disappointing. So here I'm thinking rook c1, again with the idea of f3 e4.
Right, he plays it.
Okay.
Now, bishop takes c6, knight takes c6, rook a2 is a concrete approach to the position. But maybe white has a tiny little something something there. So knight d7.
Whoa, inviting e4, bishop
Guess he wants
c6,
to
knight c6.
route the knight to b6, where it's a lot
Wow.
safer. No, he goes rook a2. And I think the game is
Okay.
fizzling out.
Man, that would be so disappointing because I got to say, Fedosiev did everything right.
Yeah, he played really well.
He played all the best moves, and you still can't win. That's not fair. That's just not fair.
The apparent effortlessness with which Hikaru defends, it's almost like there were no problems to begin with when it felt for a second like Fedosiev was about to wind his tentacles all around Black's position, but it was like, no, it was never in doubt.
Wow.
And it's
Sometimes,
draw, I think.
Yeah, sometimes chess is just so unfair because it really felt like white had just, he was following this beautiful blueprint of what you do in the Catalan. You get your knight on c6, your bishop on e4, and maybe you put your pawn on h5 too, by the way. Since you're giving me everything I want my pawn on h5.
Yeah, you did everything. You went to college, you bought a house,
I got
you got married, you got kids.
I got the white picket fence.
Right.
And then somebody said, here's the bill on your mortgage. You went,
Uh-oh. Right.
What about the living happily ever after part? Knight to d8 and bishop h5. Was g5 premature?
It was definitely weakening, yes. Or bishop h5. If white gets both of those moves, then you're in trouble.
Ooh, I don't know. G5 might have been just Hikaru just saying, okay, it's good. I've equalized. I've done enough. And what is happening after knight d8, Daniel?
Bishop e7, maybe his idea. Yep, he plays it.
And you're saying that after knight f7, I'm trapped? I trap myself? No.
But the thing is, rook c. Okay, no, he goes back.
Hikaru's head bopping, so that's usually a sign that he's like chill with his position.
Is Hikaru the one playing for something now? Rook a1. I mean, I find it
well. Then you've misplaced the bishop on h5. If you wanted to go bishop h5 and knight d8, you did it because you were winning material, not because now he's lost too much time. It's gone. The advantage has disappeared
completely. And knight d8 is there bishop b2 going for?
Yeah, I wouldn't want to deal with that. Yeah. Well, the crazy part was he could have taken on f7, but then his pieces were gummied up, like they were stuck.
That's ridiculous. I mean,
that
I would
is ridiculous.
Consider taking on a3 and going bishop f3 and just trying to sign the score sheets as quickly as possible.
I'm with you. I'm with you on that one. But that was just ridiculous. That was just.
Or rook f3. Oh, but look at this line. Yeah, so rook f3, f5. Okay. And then if you en passant it, your bishop's all of a sudden trapped on h5.
Again, that's just like
always happen with Hikaru.
Ridiculous. And he didn't play bishop f3. He played rook d3.
But now rook c3, that's a nice move because d4 and Hikaru declining a draw as he should, of course. Now black is the only one who's got chances. Unreal.
Yeah, unreal is right. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I thought that white was doing everything right in the Catalan, and somehow he's now on the dark side of the torture. And there we've got the f5 move, the move you mentioned in the position.
Yeah, but I mean, takes him bishop e2. If white is careful, I don't think he should have any trouble. Bishop g4
No.
stopping further progress of the king. The e6 pawn is a weakness, so it should be a
Exactly.
draw.
I
Should be a
agree
draw.
with that now. The king can go to nicely to g2. The rook, as you say, can go to e2. And even for that matter, bishop f3, bishop takes d5. I think you can sign score sheets right there.
Yeah, it's coming
Rook.
next, I think.
Yeah.
It's coming next. Rook d7, bishop takes d5, and rook c6 check. And
Mm.
at that point, I mean, maybe already it's time for white to think about
Right.
declining
Right.
a draw
Right.
again. c6 maybe for black is more prudent. but-
This has been a remarkably dramatic adventure. I don't know how the players ended up something that was so quiet, but there was some. This was a great game, and again, for a rapid chess game, wow, they're really playing at a very high level.
We got Danny Wrench in the chat. Welcome, Danny. And now I think Hikaru's going to offer. This was basically a draw offer. And it's one of those games, Yasser, where if you look at it really quickly, you might conclude that it was just a boring draw, but it was anything but.
Exactly.
There was so much action in that multi-piece endgame.
It's surprising how much action there was. And by the way, there's still action. F2, F3, you can't play. I think Hikaru wanted to play G5, G4, but there's a rook C5 check that would have hurt your feelings. So
Yes.
that would have been a nice trap for Fedosiev to set.
Ooh. Now it's not over yet. Hikaru manages to snag a pawn, but it comes at a cost of his knight getting
Really waylaid.
gummied up on h2.
Oh my goodness! Now, today it still resonates over the decades is the Bobby Fischer bishop takes h2 and getting his bishop trapped. Knight takes h2. Was that taboo?
I think at the very least, if Hikaru needs to, he can sort of
That is the
helicopter
point.
his knight out with g4 and knight f3.
Right.
He
No,
goes
I
with
don't
d4
think-
offering a trade.
I definitely think that if I was in white shoes, I would not have gone for that bishop d3 move. I would have gone for f2, f3. F2, f3. You're right. Black has this move g4 to get his knight out of
F4.
dodge.
F4 is a great move because knight f3, there's bishop h5, and this pawn is a permanent weakness. E5. Okay, now it's
Whoa. F5?
F5.
Like,
Wait a
whoa.
second.
What
Knight
just happened?
F3. Can Hikaru get his knight to g5?
Oh, the
Ooh.
king comes back just in
All right, the king. The patriarch. Yeah, just.
I was like, who is playing for a win here at the very end? Again, it's like what you said, if you just play through this game and you think it's a boring draw.
No.
No.
F6, F7, and it's going to be a draw. Knight F3, Knight G5 is going to happen.
Right.
And if anything, Fedoseev, woo. Hikaru trying every last chance.
Truly.
Fedoseev not to be tricked. This is going to be a draw. We're going to blitz tiebreaker 3+1. I think it's going to be a 3-time repetition.
Right. Hey, sometimes you just got to tip your hat, say, great. That was entertaining.
Great game.
Wow. Big applause to both players. That was something special there.
Not a single obvious mistake, really, all throughout. Both players maintaining their composure in critical moments.
Mm-hmm.
And Fedoseev turning the light on with a smile on his face.
Right. That position where white had the knight on c6 and the bishop on e4, I gotta say, I really thought that white was in the driver's seat at that moment. And maybe it was one of those optical illusions, Danya, where you just see something, it looks really good, and then whatever you thought was there is a mirage, disappeared.
Yes, and Hikaru reverting back to his stalwart vintage blitz opening, the knight f3, b3, Zukertort stuff. I don't know how to call it. Zukertort, is that the
Me
proper
either.
name for it?
Zukertort's when you say Zukertort, like, come on, Daniel, let's be clear. That makes you sound so knowledgeable. I'm not going to argue.
Oh, yes, I played the Zook. I
played the Zukertort.
Yes.
Oh yeah, oh you did. Huh?
What did you play? I played the Zukertort too. That's right.
That's
The
such
Kali
a good
Zukertort
opening.
Makaganov Bondarevsky system, you know.
Yeah, right up there with you, buddy.
I played the Stislav Fribble, yeah.
And now it's transposed to Queen's Gambit Accepted, which looks very even at this point.
Bishop E2, interesting. I'm used to the bishop coming out to D3 here, but I guess
Agreed.
He doesn't want the queen making X-ray contact with it. A5, stopping B4, but obviously creates a hole on B5. I think this is equal. I think Fedoseev probably prepared this type of setup.
I think he will be very satisfied with the outcome of this opening. And again, this pawn on A3 makes the very desirable rook A1 awkward because, well, you just drop the pawn on A3. Now, queen B1, does that set up B5, B3, B4 tactics?
Yeah, I mean,
well, if
E4,
it did,
E4, everything has to be monitored by Fedoseev.
Right. But that's the point you were making too. With the bishop on D3, there's more monitoring to be done.
Right. Okay, rook AC8. So both sides
complete
improving
their
their
development.
position. This is when it's maybe time to play H3 or just, okay, A4.
I'm trying to remember, but it was a Gibraltar tournament. And I think it was Hu Yifan, and she was playing against, oh boy, the Ukrainian grandmaster, Vasil Ivanchuk. And we were all wondering, you know, like how good this woman's world champion was. And she's playing this, you know, like great grandmaster Vasil Ivanchuk. And it was this crazy Queen's Gambit Accepted position. And I encourage people to look at that game because Hu Yifan made a lot of fans from that game. It was such an exciting fight between the two players.
I'll have to look at it. And speaking of exciting fights, look at the queen action here.
I was about to say, queen on A2. That's not as good looking as the queen on B7. And
No.
I like black's piece setup more than I like white's queen on A2. Yeah, if you go queen A1,
Hikaru's going queen A1. Yeah, he's going to
and then equalizing. Yeah, but you've always got to be aware of ideas of knight F2. Knight F2. King takes F2. Bishop takes G2. So I've got two pawns. No, it looks kind of funky, but with the queen on A2, your queen's really out of the game. Whereas, you know, black is raiding, literally raiding on the king side.
Well,
again,
I'm got knight back to D6 instead.
Yeah, because he was setting up ideas, I think, of bishop takes G2 and again these types of sacrifices. But I don't know if it was a missed opportunity. I'm just saying knight F2 would have definitely got my attention. Fedoseev, he was playing very, very quickly, not willing to fall too far behind on the clock.
Which I think is the right approach.
Yeah, I mean, that's a problem. You've got to pick your moments when you're going to spend that 30-second think, right? You know,
right, and now another decision has to be made. Bishop E7, Bishop F6. He goes Bishop C5. So I think he's still eyeing in certain positions this sacrifice on F2. But Hikaru can probably take this time to play Queen A1, to which I think Vladimir might want to respond F7, F6 to blunt that battery. And yeah, Bishop A1. So he wants the other order, and there's F6 anyway. Queen E2. Oh my goodness.
Queen E2. Okay, I kind of like that move better than queen, especially queen B2 was no longer offending anybody because you had already played F6. Now, the strange part was that when you played the move F6, the usual idea is you want to follow it up ASAP with the move E5. So when you play F6 and E5, you kill the bishop on A1. But he didn't do it. He did not do that.
Yeah, here, I mean, the bishop would get really loose as Fedoseev drops to below a minute. Like, this is classic Hikaru. Position is equal objectively, Vassar, but it almost feels like you're getting outplayed. That's what it feels like to play Hikaru.
Yeah, and especially this back and forth weaving with the knight makes a strange impression. Knight to e4, but the good news about knight e4 is it defended f6. Very important. Very important.
Cat and mouse action here, and Fedoseev drops it back to d6. Now his queen is on e7, so he doesn't have to worry as much about the threats that queen g4 creates. It doesn't create any, but Hikaru plays it anyway, just to put more pressure on these e6 and f6 pawns.
So Hikaru basically is also protecting the c4 square, so that after knight c4, bishop c4, c4, he can recapture on c4 with the, I was going to say rook, then instantly came the queen, you know, like darn.
King f7. I mean, this looks very, very equal. And maybe one could argue that black is a tiny bit worse just because his structure is a little bit more flimsy, but with the pieces essentially all gone from the board, there's no firepower for white to exploit this. And as I say that, I use h4.
Yeah, bingo. I think you said it perfectly well. And the bishop on b2, do not think that that's like some great bishop putting a whoa.
I don't like that. I don't like that transformation. I think white gets a big attack here.
The double rook, the queen versus
Vladimir completely lost his mind here.
Wait a minute. King g6, rook d7, and you're trapped.
You got to give up the bishop now, and it's
no.
Oh,
he has missed rook d8. He missed rook d8. That's all there is to it. Bishop takes e3 was a mistake, and he has missed the power of rook to d8.
Overlooking. This is cool. The game not over yet, though. He's got some chances.
I think.
Or does he?
I think black should have played king g6, provoked the move rook to d7, and then sacrificed the bishop so that the rook would already be on the d7 square, and maybe there would be more finagling chances. Okay, here we can
check on f4.
Why don't we check on f4? Yeah.
King H1.
You mean king h3? King h1, we check on f2.
Ooh. But now Fedoseev is taking a bunch of Hikaru's pawns.
And that's a very good thing. Never forget.
Whoa. Queen takes a4, here's another one.
Okay. Is it time to play g3 and somehow bring the bishop back to f2, give the king a little coverage? h5. That's king a completely h6. Different approach.
And bishop e3, he wanted to take h5 and he'll have queen h4.
Correct. Nice, Danya.
4, queen c1, there's rook d1. I still think this is hard to play for black.
Well, there's a lot of pawns. It should actually be easy to play for black, right? Because what do you do when you have a lot of pawns?
He's going to get mated.
You got to push him, baby. How come that pawn isn't on a
mate? Rook d3.
Oh, he saw it. He saw the mate.
Unbelievable. How does he do it again and again and again? He won again.
Again, what can I say? So, once more, we just got to tip our hat to Hikaru, and he held his nerve so well. Go back to that one position, because I am so curious, if you don't mind, Danya. The move when the queen was on a2 was knight f2. Because those types of sacrifices, they're usually these very fleeting opportunities. Yes, it's knight f2, king f2, bishop g2.
Well, the issue here apparently is just knight f3.
Just knight f3.
Black's initiative evaporates here just because bishop f6 is a problem.
Bishop f6 is, I don't have time for any spectacular. There's nothing spectacular. Knight f3. What a cold. That's cold.
And this knight on c4 is also defending e3, which renders impossible moves like knight g4.
Yeah.
Wow. And
Okay.
Hikaru Nakamura is in the finals with a just another vintage. This is a vintage Hikaru display here. He's not playing any insane games. He's not winning in the opening, but he's playing good solid chess. He's getting his opponent into the time pressure, and he dispatches Vladimir Fedoseev. Will he face Jose Martinez or Levon Aronian? We will find out after the second semifinal is played. But first, a short break. You are watching the Rapid Chess Championship Sunday Knockout presented by Coinbase. We'll be back with the second semifinal in just a couple of moments. Rapid Chess Championship is brought to you by Coinbase. Whether you're looking to make your first crypto purchase or you're an experienced trading grandmaster, Coinbase has you covered. Earn crypto by learning about crypto with Coinbase Earn. Explore DeFi and Web3 with Coinbase Wallet. Get exclusive rewards when you spend with Coinbase Card and much more. Learn more at coinbase.com/chess and get $10 in Bitcoin when you sign up and verify your account. Well, Hikaru Nakamura has just signed up for the finals of the RCC, brought to you by Coinbase. Yasser, we have one more semifinal matchup. Hikaru Vonaronian and Jose Martinez. I don't think the two have faced off before, so this is going to be super exciting.
Absolutely. Well, after this game that we just witnessed with Hikaru getting into the finals, what more? We've seen just about everything. A checkmate with 2 knights versus king and pawn. That was extra special. And well, what will Levon bring? Again, you were saying that these 2 players have not matched up often in the past, at least.
No,
as
definitely not over the board.
And here we go.
Okay, so Jocelyn with the white pieces.
And the D2, D3, Rui Lopez.
Has he not learned the lesson that Wesley so kindly taught him?
Right.
He's going for this again. C3. C3. There's so many move orders here. Yes, there was C3, knight C3, knight D2. I always get lost in all the various move orders.
Going through the World Championship match in Dubai, my brain was beginning to turn to mush too, because of the rook B8 and the bishop B7, and there's certain various transpositions after the move D7, D5, where it's advantageous to have the rook on B8 versus the bishop on B7, and I was like thinking to myself, I'm so happy I'm not on the teams.
Right. Oh, how do they keep track of it? I mean, the Italian has the same problem with these.
Right.
A4 here, and then B4 in this position, with bishop B3 and B4. Or you could play B4 without bishop B3 and with knight BD2 and knight C3. It's just unbelievable how these players keep track of the move orders, or even do they? I don't love this opening choice by Jose. I feel like this plays right into Levon's strength. At the same time, Jose is a Rui Lopez player and has been for years. So he's no slouch in these positions either.
Exactly. And that's the other thing too. Just because your opponent, if you're a die-in-the-wool E2, E4 player, and your opponent is a die-in-the-wool MVL Najdorf, doesn't mean that you shouldn't clash and you shouldn't back down. Like sometimes psychologically, it does you no good to face a Najdorf player and say, you know what? He scared me out of the main lines. I'm going to play a closed Najdorf. Ha ha ha. No, don't back down. And so even though, yes, we have talked about Levon's great understanding of the black side of these E4, E5. Hey, if you're white, you can't back down as well. And I admire white taking up the challenge.
Now, what we're seeing now is not something that we often see in a Rui Lopez. Yeah, so like this whole knight G5 bishop G4 thing, it's a Najdorf concept. Like you see it in other openings. I've never seen it here.
This really looks offbeat to me as well. And I like where you're going with Queen C2. I was following a tactical line that began with the move F2, F3, by the way. Just to ask you, I'm assuming the bishop is going back to C8, or did you want to go to H5?
Bishop C8 makes sense. I mean, you keep it relevant that way. Bishop H5 could get excommunicated from the game.
I like that. Indeed. We've been having a priest,
Right. We're following that pattern.
Right, being around us. So excommunication. And bravo, by the way, D6, D5, D4, that came with perfect timing by Black, because he wants to take twice on D4 so he can plant a knight on the D4 square.
Yuck. And if you have to play C4, ugh.
No,
never, ever.
You can hear the howls of disgust from the bishop on B3. What are you doing to me, coach? No, here I'm thinking that you're playing. Whoa, that didn't.
But what do we have? Does White have a move
here? I was going to say, I think we're playing a move like H3 or Bishop C4. I didn't think we were taking. I'm not signing.
Yes, or takes, and then maybe knight D7, knight C5. I mean, this is definitely not what Jose envisioned when he played the Rui Lopez against Levon.
No, I'm not signing up for this either. I like your knight D7 to C5 business a lot, and I'm thinking, I hate I hate what white has done. I just no.
Yeah.
Everything is wrong here. I hate this for white. Knight
This
d7.
is really bad. Well, then the one consolation is that after knight g to f3, knight c5 might be premature
because of the e5 pawn. That is the one consolation, all right, but it's not the greatest consolation. I'm not losing in 3 moves. It's going to take you 5 moves to beat me.
Right. It's going to, yeah.
One of the things I never understood is a lot of players prided themselves on their losses, that it took the grandmaster 50 moves.
I was opening my mouth to say that. Unbelievable.
No.
Yes, sir. I
Really?
swear. I was about
Okay.
to say, with my first loss against the GM, I caught myself telling my friends I lasted 40 moves plus. I got the queens off the board, even though the end game was totally lost.
Right. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Lost positions. To my eyes, this maybe I'm going too far, and I did it. Certainly, I overdid it with the Thor and the Catalan.
No, this really is a Thor.
This is terrible.
Look at this line. I was just showing what could happen if white goes h3.
It's terrible. It's I mean, what did Ruben Fine had this wonderful expression that in such positions, the combination is as natural as a baby's smile.
Wow.
And that knight takes d3. That was a very natural looking combination that you just hit upon.
This bishop is about to be subjected to some very unpleasant influences after bishop e6, and this pawn on d3.
I know. I've got to play
the weight of the world on his shoulders.
Yeah,
it's collapse.
Yeah, the rook a3. It still holds. But it's like the boy with the finger in the dike. Here it comes. Ooh, b3. That stops. That cuts off rook a3.
But so now it enables. Wait, this bishop b6 just incredibly
We got
strong
rook
here.
d1.
Bishop takes f3.
Whoa.
Oh,
knight d3, rook b3.
Wow, what an idea, Levon.
Where are the gold coins? Where are my gold coins? I mean, I'm gonna virtually
so sharp.
I've got to virtually throw the gold coins. Do you see them landing on your desk?
I think I just identified. I mean, this is, and look at the time. He's got 8.5 minutes. This shows you what expertise in an opening actually looks like. And this is crazy.
And Levon just found a perfect. Sometimes you do get this customer, right? The guy walks right into your uppercut, and this is it. Levon showing why at one time he was not only the number 2 player in the world by rating, but it was that close. I mean, it was right. It was a question. And this is nice. This is very, very nice. And
if only Levon's lighting was as good as his handling of the Ruy Lopez with black.
Right. the blurred screen. I think you gotta have to do a squeegee on Levon's screen. So rook takes, and now if he goes like king h8 and f5, plays for that. Yeah, just securing.
Shuts down the B pawn.
Okay, I can get behind that. I like that.
He's enjoying his life here.
That's one of the problems that I think distinguishes a lot of grandmasters is we have this tendency when we've achieved a winning position to take our foot off the gas. To lose focus and not win the game. That's one of the things that, guys like our finalists, our semifinalists are really good at, is the game's not over until the guy resigns.
Right.
And the arbiter acknowledges it, and you've got your check. Right. You really want to be sure that you win the game, and especially winning positions. We say the hardest thing to do is win a winning position. That's because you're losing your focus. But if you keep your focus, and here I really like the move a5. Why? because I really like the idea that you may play rook b4, queen e7, and rook b8, and just tie up your opponent completely. Like,
And
oh,
play on both flanks. G6,
exactly.
G7, and F5 is also on deck.
Yep.
This is incredibly depressing for white.
Yeah.
This is just, you just look at this and you don't want anything to have to do with this position for white.
No, not at all. Not at all. I'm not 100% sure that G6 is actually the most accurate there. There's sometimes you really want to play with accuracy, and I'm thinking queen e7 and c6, just to make sure that everything is right on, and then you get to play your rook b4 and everything else. G6 is the type of a move you can always make, right?
Right. That's a great point. When you need to.
Yes.
There's
Whereas
no rush.
moves, whereas moves like rook b4, c6, and queen e7 should be played because you need them. You're not 100% sure you're going to need king g7, but you're going to need queen e7, c6, rook b4.
Yeah, queen e7. Okay, he goes c6. There's only one little trick here. If the bishop, if Jocelyn plays bishop f1, you definitely don't want to allow knight takes c5 because the bishop's going to be overloaded. And he's hoping for it.
And that's why we're going to play queen e7, and then we're going to play rook b4, and then we're going to play rook b8. We're going to force the bishop back.
And then we're
going
to sign the score sheets. And
that's what I'm talking about. White's going to
be sad and black's going to be happy. So.
Right. And you get no dessert.
No.
And no bedtime story either.
No allowance this week. No bedtime story.
It's all bad.
Knight takes c3.
What?
Ooh, that's unexpected for me. That knight on c5, I wouldn't have given it away for $1 million.
It was this great story of Miguel Najdorf. He's shouting that Bobby Fischer took Tigran Petrosian's bishop with his knight, and why did he give up this great knight?
Oh, knight takes e7.
Yeah. Why did you? Yeah. For me, I would not have played knight c. No, I would have let white keep his light squared bishop forever and ever. But Levon has his own Bobby Fischer-esque ideas. He likes his bishops. He's going to put his bishop on c3, I presume.
Yeah, of course he's still winning.
Yeah, because he's got this extra pawn and a good position to go with it. But yeah, that knight, wow, that knight takes d3. That's confounding.
It's interesting how sorry, Yasser, go ahead.
Please, no, I finished my point.
Just going to make a short point about the fact that even among GMs, there isn't one good way of converting certain advantages, and technique really diverges tremendously from GM to GM. Right. And I feel like it's really fascinating the way that these grandmasters' minds work. Like, I would never ever take on d3, but you could probably find another GM who would, and clearly it's not a bad move at all.
No.
Wait a minute. Pawn free?
Pawn on free. Well, I think he's thinking rook takes b3, rook takes b3, rook to c5. I can tickle the pawn on e.
Sorry.
Well, then I take the rook, right?
But then I take yours.
And what do I have? Just 2 pawns down?
I thought so. Okay, that's actually not the best. Apparently, there's the move rook a3 here.
Then queen c4. Oh, yeah.
F3 is hanging. The ideas. Hard to see though. And Jose, guess what? He's getting
this is an indication that this is the indication that maybe Levon's technique. And you were about to give this wonderful speech about technique, how very important it all is, and little slip sliding going on here. By the way, I think that was the greatest compliment I ever received by a fellow chess grandmaster. And I was having dinner with Vishy Anand, and we were talking about Garry Kasparov and what kind of a player could defeat Garry Kasparov. What do you need to defeat Garry Kasparov? So we said, now I have to remember who exactly we said. We need Vladimir Kramnik to play the opening. We need me, Vishy said, to play the middle game, and we need you to play the ending.
That's funny.
And I went, ooh, we need me to play the ending.
You were selected. You were selected.
Wow. I was like, okay, I don't.
You probably played it cool, but you inside.
Man, I was
my
like,
God,
that was like the greatest compliment I ever received from a fellow grandmaster. That was just too over the top. But yeah, how do you defeat Garry Kasparov? You needed an opening specialist, a middle game specialist, and an end game specialist, and that was really.
You need a three-headed Hydra to beat
That
Kasparov.
is exactly
I have a couple good Kasparov stories, but this one time, because I, of course, participated in the masterclass that he used to host for young players in New York, and I went there 3 or 4 times, so we knew each other. In London 2014, I was playing a tournament there, London Classic, and he was there as a guest of honor. So at one point, I come back to the hotel after my game, and he's standing in the lobby talking to somebody. And when he finishes talking, I come up to him, and I'm like, "Hi, Gary," and I extend my hand. And of course, Gary didn't recognize me, and everybody in the lobby is looking at me like, "Who is this jerk? Who does he think he is, just coming up to Kasparov and giving him his hand?" Like, right. Kasparov decides whose hands to shake, not you.
Right.
Eventually, he recognized me, but it was like 5 seconds of total embarrassment.
It's
like,
panic.
Right. Why did I just do that? Queen A3 in the meantime.
I was about to say, that's the move Queen A3, because you've got this nasty hit of Queen A1. And if I play Queen F1 with some wonderful ideas of, something happening, it's not working because of Queen A2. And I've got Rook B1, and that's it. You can give me a check, but I hide out on H6 and life is over. That's just.
But not on F7.
But not on F7.
No.
No. Yeah. How do you say snatching defeat? Yes, snatching
victory
from
snatching.
The jaws. Yeah.
Right.
Snatching victory from the jaws of defeat.
That's
there we have it. Rook C7 check.
King H6.
King H6 work.
Oh,
once.
nice.
Can it?
Oh my God! White wins.
No,
but he played King F8. He saw it. Levon was born yesterday. White actually wins there.
That's remarkable. I mean,
what a trick by Jose.
I mean, you could almost feel the heartbeat, like because King H6 looks like perfectly safe, right?
My goodness.
Wow. That
evil man.
Yeah, that was a dirty, dirty trick indeed. And this one, unfortunately, is now looking completely over as Queen D1 walks into Rook B1, whereas Knight D2 walks into Knight D1 walks into Rook D2, and King G2. Is Bishop E1 the simplest, or is there something else, Danya?
Bishop E1. What if I start? Oh, if I start checking you, then you can run to H6.
That was the intent, yes.
Queen A2 first, tying White down completely, and now he's got time. He can go Rook E2 even, and then Bishop E1.
That's nasty. Rook E2, I really like that move. Because if you take on E5, of course, I'm just going to play Bishop E1 and ignore any trickies. The other nice thing about Rook E2 is it stops any Queen A6 or Queen C4 kind of tricks too. I love the move Rook E2.
Yeah, which could become a very nasty threat if Black's queen departs the second rank. So Rook E2, let's say I go King F3, then there's a Chekovich, and then perhaps you can play Bishop E1. He's played it.
Yeah.
And now Bishop E1 ends the game.
Bishop E1, yeah.
Or does it? Bishop E1, King H1, Rook takes F2. Okay. So
because
a little bit.
Along.
No, it wins.
Made along the second rank.
There it is.
Mm-hmm.
And that's game, set, match.
Wow, I tell you, that's the one thing, like these knockout matches, every move can cost you the match. One victory is all it takes. And by the way, that was impressive game by Levon. I don't know about that knight takes d3. I'm going to go to bed tonight thinking,
Right,
you know,
thinking
like,
about it.
how do you play a move like knight takes d3 in that moment? Confounding, confusing, and ultimately very successful.
Well, we have a rematch situation from the Grand Prix in Berlin where Hikaru faced off against Levon. And it's going to be a very, by now, iconic matchup as Levon Aronian and Hikaru Nakamura persevere. Amazing runs, different types of victories for both of them. But the upshot is that they are both in the final and they will be facing each other to determine who wins the week 9 of the Rapid Chess Championship. So we're going to set the table, Yasser, for the final and take a short break. Do not go anywhere. I can already sense that this is going to be an epic battle. You are watching the Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. We will be back with Hikaru Nakamura versus Levon Aronian in the final in just a couple of moments.
Want to play chess online or learn how to improve? Join us at the #1 chess destination in the world, chess.com. With hundreds of thousands of people playing at any moment, you'll quickly find a game with someone at your level Whether you're a total beginner or a grandmaster, you can play games at any pace against friends, other members, or one of our many computer personalities. Chess.com makes improving fun and easy. Sharpen your game with tactics puzzles and enhance your strategy with our videos and lessons by top masters. Learn from your own games with Chess.com's easy-to-use analysis tool. Regardless of your skill level, Chess.com has all you need to take your game to the next level. Chess.com is your go-to source for chess news, live coverage of tournaments, events, and everything in between. Experience Chess.com anytime and anywhere, whether you're at home on your computer or on the go with our mobile apps.
The Women's Speed Chess Championship is returning this May. The WSCC is the most important online tournament for titled women in the world. Stay tuned to chess.com for all the action, which begins this coming May. Well, we're about to see some rapid chess championship action. The stage is set for the finals between Hikaru Nakamura and Levon Aronian. Yet, Yasser, we could not ask for anything better than this.
No question about it. These two players have been taking the measure of one another for the better part, I want to say, 15 years. It's still reminded of 2013 when the very first Synchro Cup was born. There was a double round robin, and Levon Aronian, Hikaru Nakamura, Magnus Carlsen, and Gata Kamsky. And what games they were. And these two players, Hikaru and Levon, I think know one another really, really well at this point.
No insight.
And I just don't know what separates the two, right? There is something where fast chess is concerned, and I'll just use that expression for the moment, that gives Hikaru the upper hand, whether he calculates a little bit faster, whether he's just better in terms of exploiting a time advantage, but something gives him an edge. Whereas in classical chess, I think it's an absolute pick 'em. You know,
I think part of what it is that Hikaru is so incredibly good at punishing sloppiness. And in rapid, now, first of all, who am I to criticize? This is not a criticism of Levon, but in comparison to Hikaru, Levon can from time to time commit, some sloppy inaccuracies, and Hikaru is absolutely merciless in the way that he punishes even the tiniest mistake. He just doesn't let you off the hook ever. And we have another Bishop's opening.
And we do indeed. And it was a very, for me, a surprise decision to capture so quickly on C3, because I'm thinking that after Bishop B3 and you recapture with the A pawn, Knight B3, A B3, I think you've done White a great service, which is why he didn't go for the capture right away. As, by the way, the A file would be open, capturing towards the center and so forth and so on. And instead, H7, H6, just to stop Bishop G5 and maybe some unpleasantries of the spin.
I like this. Levon, he's preparing F4.
Precisely. You took the words of Meatloaf. You took the words right out of my mouth. F2, F4. It's something you definitely want to achieve as White, especially in this Bishop's opening. And if you can do that with, nothing untoward happening like D6, D5, White's for choice.
No, I think White is definitely for choice. And it just seems to me, to echo your point, I think Hikaru may have rushed the trade on C3, which, yes, it looks good to kind of damage White's pawn structure, but this is not a bad structure. And Hikaru taking some drastic measures to prevent F4. Okay. All right. Game on.
You bet. It sure is game on. I mean, making a virtue out of necessity, because again, if White gets in F4 relatively unencumbered, it's advantage White. Now, the problem with G5, obviously, is the F5 square, like full stop right there.
Yes,
like, I want to sync. Right. So we start with the move Rook E1, Kramnik's move. And then we start thinking, how do we route our knight to towards the F5 square, maybe play for D3, D4, although that is something where a very fine understanding of timing is going to be concerned. I'd be much more I'd be much happier solving the knight's issue first.
No, I completely agree. So I think knight f1 here is de rigueur. You should definitely start with that. Now, interesting idea by Hikaru to provoke f3, which does create a hook, which means that g4 might be on the cards at some point, but probably not in the near future, because black is not ready for that yet.
Exactly. Just the way Hikaru's played it with the move bishop e6, by the way, the old guys would have looked really hard at bishop a4 check there. And the idea is that if you do play the move c7, c6, the knight on a5 is a little bit offsides. And so after c6, c3, c4, you have to be careful that bishop d2 doesn't embarrass you, right? You know what I'm saying? Bishop d2 and rook b1, and you get embarrassed. Now, bishop a4 check normally got answered with bishop d7 to deny white the two bishops. But in that case, I get the f5 square. So there was something to be said for bishop a4, knight f1, played rather quickly.
Right. So now, in response to knight f1, Hikaru answering with knight h5, heading toward f4.
Right.
And asking Levon a question: do you want to play g3 and weaken your king?
I do.
Obviously, pawns don't go backwards, but you do. You
I
want
do.
to get rid of this.
I asked and answered. Yeah, I definitely want that knight. I don't care. It can hang out on g6. It can hang out on h3. I don't
anywhere
care.
but here.
Yeah, f4 is
not on my porch.
Well, it's the tenders. I gotta protect the tender squares. F4 is a tender square, and again, g3. If you go knight g6, yeah, I want to post up on f5. I want to go knight f5, and if you take it, yeah, I'll recapture with a tempo against the knight on g6, which is why I'm saying I am induced to playing the move g3, because I can see opportunities how I could really take advantage of knight being on g6. Again, I also once again go back to an earlier point, which was bishop a4 check is still a rather meaningful check.
And especially now, because bishop d7 doesn't look appealing anymore. I would definitely consider that check very seriously now.
Exactly.
And c6 might walk into d5 because, to borrow your phraseology, there's a tender pawn on d6, and that bishop from a3 and queen from d1 might have something to say about that. That might turn into a chicken tender, which the bishop would like to very much eat.
Exactly. And again, when we're doing all of these wonderful things, the b file is suddenly a little bit open, so that bishop a4 check, c6, d5, rook b1.
There it is. King
and
f8,
there it is.
maybe it should be what Hikaru's. Maybe Hikaru just plays king f8, doesn't want to weaken that pawn, but exactly. That's king a pretty f8? Committal decision.
Yeah, king f8. I'm looking at rook b1, and I don't know. I feel like an initiative here is really coming up maybe faster than black can handle.
The only thing that worries me slightly is already the time situation for Levon. He's got 6 minutes, and nothing's been decided yet. Position's still very uncertain.
By the way, it is important to note that Levon did not play the move g2, g3 at just at the time that I was kind of like suggesting it to take place. Like if g3 and knight g6 had been included, there would be, again, whether you're happy about it or not, that's a different matter, but knight d5 would have been something you can think about. But now with the knight on f4 as black, there is no knight d5. So for the moment, the knight on f4 lives, and as long as the knight is hanging out there, there's always vague, attacking chances that you should not underestimate.
No, and Levon, in the meantime, is down to 5 minutes. I feel like he's probably agonizing over whether to play g3, and yes, or maybe black can meet g3 with rook g8, something like that, and there's a lot to calculate there.
Yes, but that's a very important thing. If you play g3 and you include the moves g3 and rook g8, it's just kind of nice because I can let that sit. I can just let that brew, right?
Right.
And you can't play king g7. So then
because
I start
you block
thinking,
the g file, then I take the knight.
right. And then I started thinking about the idea that you suggested, which is to take on e5 and this bishop a3 check, getting some side action. By the way, knight g4.
Interesting move. I like that.
Definitely.
I like that move.
The queen, maybe not a happy camper on g7. You go queen g7. Can I take on e5 and put a bishop on e7? You,
I think
bingo, you got it. That was
we're
just
on the same wavelength.
right.
I'd have 6.
Did you get the same script I got?
I got it. Yeah, I've been holding on to it. And the problem is, somebody might look at this and say, well, what's the problem? Black can just take on g4, but giving up such a light squared bishop, I mean, look at all the squares that white gets. Let's not forget that the knight on a5 is still out of the game.
That's right.
Bringing it back into the game is associated with its own risks. Bishop takes c6 and queen. No, this doesn't look appetizing in the least, despite what the eval bar is saying.
Exactly. And these are two human beings, and they understand exactly what we're talking about here, which is the bishop in open positions where I've got command of the d file. And by the way, the black's king is still not solved, its home address and where it really belongs. So in that variation that we were just talking about, where the bishop comes to e7, even if the bishop didn't come all the way to e7, black still has got serious issues. Wow, queen g6. So the idea is if I take on e5 to play h5, I believe. I think that's
h5,
his intention.
Not bishop takes g4.
Right. And how about them apples?
Idea.
Yeah. You don't see it every day.
My kid's wicked smart. Wow.
Wicked smart.
No, this is too brazen. Giving up that knight on g4.
Right.
I don't even want to calculate.
But there is knight f6. You can take on e5. I got a check, a hakasito, to quote our 6-time, or is it 5-time U.S. champion Walter Brown? 6-time, I think. Hakasito.
Nice. And this again, I mean, I feel like most of these two bishops versus two knights positions, if Levon can force a position like that, he'll be in good shape. Guess what? This is exactly what's on the board. And maybe black shouldn't rush with d takes e5. Can a case be made for something like king g7?
Yes, that's a very, very good point as well. In case of king g7, I was looking at the move queen d4, not the usual kind of post-up move that you used to seeing, because the knight on a5 is hanging.
Oh, I was like, what? And knight c4 by Hikaru is the best move.
Wow.
He is taking over the initiative here, I think.
My goodness, what a
has
move.
All of the ideas of king g7 and none of the drawbacks. You get the knight out of dodge, back into the game.
Exactly.
You can't take on d6. Is black taking over the initiative?
Wow. Talk about outfoxing your opponent. And that's really beautiful timing. Okay, so let's look at concretely now, Danya. Knight d7 check.
Okay.
Bishop takes d7, I'm assuming. Bishop takes d7, knight takes e5, I'm assuming. Bishop f5. Now, this is a very unusual position, but I got to tell you, those cavalry, the knight's got two very good squares, e5 and f4.
Right.
And I'm not thinking that the bishops are strutting their stuff at this moment, but how would you evaluate this? This is a toughie.
I like this for black. I mean, knight d7 check Levon is Levon's move. So this is happening. Bishop d7, bishop d7. The engine likes d takes e5 after bishop d, which I did personally is a surprise, but Hikaru plays it instantly.
Wow. That is not an intuitively obvious move, because your natural precondition is to think, oh my gosh, the knight looks so good on e5.
Right.
But this one introduces queen b6 check and queen f2.
Yep, and rook d8 is on deck as well. So for example, bishop f5, there's a little check hakasito.
Right.
King H1. Even a simple move like King G7 creates a huge threat of Rook D8 when the queen is simply trapped. Oh my lands.
Yeah, I know. I was thinking Queen F2, but yeah, I feel you. Whoa. So Rook B1 to stop Queen B6, but he does invite a pin. And
Yes,
I'm just loath to allow those types of pins.
Pincito here.
Yeah, wow. I mean, D6 takes E5. Again, as you said, played instantly. And that was the #1 computer move. Remarkable.
I mean, it's honestly unbelievable. And what's unbelievable is how quickly the game turns around. We thought that if anyone's in the driver's seat, it's firmly
It was
Levon.
white. Yeah.
But now look at this position. The bishop is almost lost. Can Hikaru find a way to get to the bishop? Because Levon's taking his pawns, lining his pockets. Oh, what a move. What a move. Queen B6 wins the rook. It's over, I think. He's going to lose the bishop.
As bishop takes F4 with the intention to play Queen D5.
But what if I take your rook first, then you play bishop?
Then I take bishop takes G5, and I'm hoping.
F6, F6.
No, F6.
Well, no,
you're right.
You can play it after Queen B6 check. You force the bishop back, and then Rook H7 picks up the other bishop.
Oh, you're right.
No way! What a game! Rook
Oh.
H7. Or is that not the move because of Queen D5? Let's see. I'm sure there's probably more than one.
Because that bishop is just so terrible. I mean, I couldn't find the right word. But you did see Queen B5. Knight
E2.
Queen E2. Same
I think
idea.
I know what Hikaru wants. I think he wants to take and go Rook D1.
Simple chess.
And it's Queen E3 is streaming in. Black's king is perfectly safe. So that was his home address. It never left.
Never moved.
Right.
Wow.
Hey,
another spectacular game in the series, I want to say, between these two great players. I mean, both players can somehow be happy with what they did. I mean, Hikaru is just a beast.
And Hikaru is on another level, and he's one of those players. I mean, as the tournament goes on, some players get tired and they get a little worn down. It's like Hikaru merely increases the pressure that he puts on each subsequent opponent. He started off a little bit slowly, poking and prodding. Who did he beat in the first round? It wasn't Fedoseev. It was Grishuk. Oh, let's not forget
exactly.
He beat Sasha Grishuk.
That was a beautiful win as well.
Working man's, hard game.
Right.
But now it's escalated to the point where he just destroys Levon from what seemed like a worse position.
Exactly.
But it's still not quite over.
The head bopping. I think he's got this because I'm seeing a very direct route of Rook E1, Bishop E1, Rook D1, King F1, and then Rook to C1. Oof.
Oh no! And then Queen takes C2 is coming. And
exactly.
White never has perpetual. Black's king is surrounded by too many pawns and has too many escape routes. I just don't see this happening for love.
There's no perp walk there at all.
No, it's
and Levon recognizes this. By the way, another not so difficult move is maybe even Queen to C1, setting up ideas of Rook to D2.
Yep. But I like
it. All looks good. It all looks good for Black. I gotta tell you.
Knowing Hikaru, I think he's going to go for the concrete approach. When possibly he tries to, I mean, as should anybody, try to go down the forcing line.
Yeah, the forcing line's always the ones I analyze first. Because if I can see, and Michael Tall had a great quote, and we should all take this quote to heart. All you need is one win per game. That's all you need. So if you can calculate a win, you play it, right? I mean, so one win per game. And King F1, Rook E1,
King G7 by Hikaru was actually the top engine move, believe it or not.
No way, really. Just
it's on another level.
Because it's like White is helpless. So just avoid even a potential appearance.
Inkling. Check on C5
even
later. No.
slap yourself. Wake up. If you dreamed that you were going to make a perpetual check.
Well, it's like Petrosian. He stops your threats before you know you have them.
Right. Yeah.
Queen back to F7, and now he's got a little
Protect.
small pawn here on A5, which is just a little bit past.
Can grow to be a monster.
Yep, and I think
Okay,
the growth
bishop
is going to start now.
G3, but bishop G3, some
Little something. I agree.
mm,
Queen F4.
Levon
Nope.
needs something to hope. Bishop
Queen H5,
Queen
there's Queen
F4.
E3.
That's just nasty.
It's a flawless game.
Really, it is.
H3, Levon trying to create some luft. One last hurrah. Queen takes H5 is an idea. Never mind.
Let's shut that down. What did you say? An idea.
Okay, what if Queen H5? I guess there's Rook.
Rook H8, Queen E3 check. And
Sending the queen back to
right.
E2.
You're going backwards. That's exactly right.
And then finally the pawn is going to start moving.
Bingo. That's exactly what's happening. And in the meantime, it's like white would like to put his king somewhere, salient. Whoa, Rook D2. Can I capture on F2? Is that a winning? Rook D2, Queen E1?
It is winning because while the white king stops the pawn, the black king can make its way to F4 and eliminate this one. I think that's exactly what Hikaru is going to spend the next 2 seconds calculating, and there it is.
Yeah, and we're thinking Queen F2. Again, 1 win per game is all you need. Right. And if you can calculate Queen F2, A5, King E2, A4, King A, and then bring your king to H6 or F6 and G5 and win the G2 pawn.
It's easy.
It's easy.
Easy
so we're expect Queen F2, and that's exactly what you can see. Hikaru looking in the air, and that was exactly what he was calculating.
You do not want to be on the other side of that. When Hikaru is looking in the air, you know something's coming, and he doesn't even need to push A5. Look at that. He doesn't even need to push this pawn. It's the threat of it that's keeping white's king at bay, and I think Levon is going to resign right here and right now.
Wow.
And he does. What a game.
What a I mean, this was a series of great matches. And I want to just say, Danya, we got faded and treated to some really high quality chess. I mean, the players who lost these matches played really well. I mean,
they did. There wasn't a single bad game. And I think that people often know, why is Hikaru so dominant in Rapid and Blitz? And I think he and Magnus are the only 2 players who can kick it into this gear where it doesn't matter how well you play. It doesn't matter how dubious their position is. They're going to pull it out. They're just entering a higher plane. And that's what Hikaru did in this last game. Levon has no choice but to tip his hat. An excellent performance by the Armenian Grandmaster as well. Absolutely.
Right. I'm with you 100% on what happened today. We saw Fedosia. He played some great moves. I mean, they're like, wow. I mean, what? And Grishuk, how he got kind of out hustled, if you will, at the end. I mean, but he played really, really a good game as he went down to defeat in the quarterfinals Wesley So and so many others. Danya, it's been, as usual, my great pleasure to call all the action with you. Are we going to have an interview with our champ?
We will have the victor, Hikaru Nakamura, here for an interview, but first we're going to set him up. So we'll go on a very small break. And so likewise, I'll thank you properly afterward, but we're going to go on a very quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll have Hikaru Nakamura here for you in just a couple of moments. You're watching the Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. Interview with Hikaru and concluding thoughts coming in just a couple of moments. Welcome back to the Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. We have here the victor, Grandmaster Hikaru Nakamura, here for an interview. Hikaru, thank you for joining us and congratulations on another excellent display. Let's start from the last game with Levon. We were just talking a little bit before the break. You mentioned that you thought your position was dubious, but at what point did you feel that the game was turning around? When did you know for a fact that you had it sort of in the bag?
Well, I think Levon, I suspect that he was quite a bit better. When I did this whole h6 g5 idea, I thought it was quite dubious, as I was saying on stream. But when Levon started going for this knight g4, knight f6 idea, it felt like he just drifted a little bit. Maybe he was worried about the time situation. He just wanted to go for something concrete. But I suspect that after, I would say after he played this rook b1 move, and I spotted, what was my move? I played rook d8, rook b7, queen a6. Once I saw this queen a6 move, I think at that point I knew that it should be much better for him. Maybe not winning on the spot, but I would definitely have great chances.
Nice. Let me get in a quick shout. First of all, Hikaru, hearty congratulations on qualifying for the candidates. Brilliant. You know, when you make us all so very proud. Well done, my friend. Well done.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, I just do what I can.
Well, you certainly did. And to get to the candidates, as everybody knows, it's really hard. But now you got that next mountain, which is there's one prize, right? I mean, you got to be challenger. How are you preparing yourself?
Yeah, I mean, at the moment, it's first of all, it's trying to assemble a team. Obviously, unlike when I qualified in 2016, or frankly, I think unlike any cycle in recent memory, I mean, for obvious reasons, of course, the final two qualifiers, both myself and Richard Rapport, we have very limited time. It's only 2 months before the event starts. And so first things first is I'm basically trying to put together the team. And then probably in a week or so, I'll start looking at ideas just in depth. I mean, I guess technically we still don't even know who the 8th player is, although of course it's going to be Ding Liren. So yeah, probably in about a week I'll start looking at stuff, but it's just great to qualify. I think for me, more than qualifying even, was the fact that I was able to put together a great run at the end of the event in Berlin, winning those 3 games in a row in the qualifying stage. And I mean, obviously after that, it's all kind of just gravy, basically.
Absolutely. Becoming the number 1 ranked player in Blitz, the number 1 ranked player in Rapid. It's all very good. And you say that's a kind of an interesting thing. And I think a lot of people in the audiences would like your insights. You say you're putting together a team. You're working to put together a team. What does that mean? What does a candidate grandmaster like yourself? What is a team? What do you?
Yeah, so I think first and foremost, well, you look at a game like I played against Levon, this sort of stuff where someone has an idea. I made it work in this rapid game. If this was a classical game, I suspect that after the whole G5 thing, I would have been in trouble. So what you do is you try to pick 1 or 2 people to help you out with preparation and very specific openings, which is also why you generally don't reveal who you're working with until after the event, because people know ahead of time. There's certain players who play certain openings. You just don't want them having that information. So mainly it's just looking at players who are specialists in certain openings. Maybe they have some special skill, like you can play training games against them. Maybe they play the Rui Lopez very well. Maybe they play something like Queen's Gambit Declined. But generally, you're just looking for those sorts of things and people who are experts in their field. Although I do have to say, in all fairness, I kind of did that in 2016, where I worked with Peter Lecko, and I decided to play the Queen's Indian defense. And 2 of my 3 losses in that event were in the Queen's Indian defense. So it can be a double-edged sword.
Exactly.
Hikaru, I just had one quick question about your sort of mental preparation for the event. Are you sort of trying to treat it like, like the Grand Prix and telling yourself, this is just another tournament and I got to play my best? Or is it for you just sort of, this is a special tournament and your mental preparation is sort of very specific? How are you coaching yourself mentally in preparation for the candidates?
Yeah, I mean, I think for me, I treat it mostly as just another tournament. But one thing that I've said quite a bit recently is that perhaps my two biggest regrets both come from the candidates in 2016. First of all, switching my openings, playing the Queen's Indian defense instead of playing the Queen's Gambit Declined at the time, which I did play later in the event and won a game against Topalov with. But that was one of them. But the second thing with the candidates in 2016 was that I felt that I just basically cracked under the pressure. I think every night I was sleeping maybe 4 or 5 hours, and I just let all that stress and pressure get to me. And even if I don't win the tournament this time, I think just having that chance to try and play good chess and perform better than I did just on that level is probably for me the most important thing, because I really didn't think I would ever have that chance after 2016.
Sounds like you've already taken a lot of lessons from your very first candidate experience, and now you understand yourself just a lot better as a player. You're a much more mature player now, Hikaru. How do you rate your chances?
Well, I mean, to be fair, I'm quite fortunate. I think that if this is say 2019, for example, I would probably have the same issues with stress and pressure. I think if you look at say Levon Aronian being the most prominent example, I think he played 5 or 6 candidates, and every single time after the first half he was leading, and then towards the end something went wrong. I think the fact that it's not make or break for me the way that it will be for pretty much every other player definitely helps me. And I think, you know, I would say this: if I get out of the openings and I'm not in a lot of trouble, I think I'm maybe even a favorite in the event, or at least I feel very confident about my chances to just play chess.
Wow.
Oh,
Thank
Hikaru,
you.
we'll let you go back to your stream. One last very quick question. Are you excited to play Alireza Firouzja in the candidates? Are you excited to show that the older generation still has some miles left in the tank?
Well, you know, it's funny actually. Wait, as I think about the candidates, am I the oldest player in the field? I didn't think about it until now.
Now dawns on Hikaru. It's like,
I actually am, right? I never thought about that until now. Oh my gosh, that's crazy.
You're the old man in the field.
At 34, yeah.
That's insane.
It's a young man's game.
Yeah, so I think what I would say is, I mean, for playing Alireza, he's probably one player that I haven't played a lot. Obviously, he's been training for a long time for the candidates. So it's going to be exciting. I think for Alireza, obviously there are a lot of people with really high expectations, thinking he's going to win the tournament, play Magnus in the future. But for me, yeah, I feel like I've always done well against him, and it's going to be very exciting to play against someone who's so much younger than I am, because really, since maybe the time I played against Magnus, I haven't felt, I mean, when Magnus first burst on the scene, I don't feel like I played someone where I felt that they're really all that much younger than me. It's just a couple of years, give or take. So it's going to be exciting, and I mean, we'll see how it goes.
Wonderful. Hikaru, what can I say? We wish you our absolute best of luck, and we'll be applauding and cheering you on in your campaign to become challenger.
Thank you so much, you guys.
Good luck,
Appreciate
Hikaru.
it.
Congratulations.
Cheers.
Have a great rest of your stream.
See you guys.
Bye. Danya, wow, very enthusiastic interview there as Hikaru Nakamura, our champion of week 9, talks about his future and what he's going to do and do differently for the upcoming candidates tournament. Very exciting times for American chess.
I mean, Hikaru's in the candidates. He's playing with so much confidence, and that really was on full display today as he ran through the field at the RCC. And that leads us to our Coinbase rapid recap. And really, Yasser, there was no doubt which game we wanted to choose. It was the final epic dogfight between Levon and Hikaru.
Absolutely. And Hikaru pinpointed what he felt was the key turning point when Levon wobbled, in his view, with this whole knight to f6 to d7. But first of all, we have to say that Hikaru criticized himself for what he called the h6 g5 and thought his position dubious.
Yeah, so it's a bishop's opening. He takes on c3, which we thought might have been a little bit premature. And here, after h6, Levon makes this move knight d2. And it's very clear what his intentions are. He wants to go after black's king. And so after a pretty long think, Hikaru decides to play g7, g5, stopping f4. But Yasser, you pointed this out. The obvious positional drawback of this move is that it creates a very big hole on f5.
Yes, it does.
Levon tries to exploit.
Yeah, that's a very tender square indeed. And Levon played the natural move rook f1 in order to repurpose his knight to either the e3 and f5 square or the g3 and f5 square. So we got to a position more or less by force. And I started to notice that this move bishop a4 check could cause an issue. But where I thought White really needed to go was with this move g2, g3, either before the move d4. I actually thought that d4 was inaccurate, and I wanted to get rid of this knight right away. Actually,
completely agree.
Yeah, with g3. But after he missed that, then he played check and king to f8. We still had a position that was an absolute, 3 result game right here. And now we started to understand there was a trick that after takes on e5, Black didn't have to respond right away with anything. And he found the best move, and he did it very quickly, actually.
H5, chasing the knight away. And now this is another key move. Not knight takes c5, which keeps the knight out of the game, but knight a5 to c4. All hands on deck, Yasser, and this is where things start turning around.
Exactly. This is where Hikaru really put his finger on it right here too, as he felt his position was vastly improved. And this move for me that Hikaru played a la tempo, d6 takes e5, was really brilliant, because again, you're looking at the cavalry versus the bishops, and you're thinking knight takes e5, you capture with a tempo against the bishop, and the knight is so beautifully placed on e5, but Hikaru sees that in truth, the knight is actually very well placed on c4. It was more about giving his queen this lateral opportunity for a check, and maybe queen f2. Now, this is where Hikaru especially pinpointed. He said rook d8, and when the moment he saw queen a6, then he knew may not be winning, but it's darn close.
This is a great move, because if the rook moves back, you play knight b6. If rook takes c7, you win the rook. So Levon had no choice but to give up the exchange. And now another great sequence of moves: queen b6 check and f6. No, you ain't going anywhere. Bishop h4 and rook h8 to h7, picking up the bishop. It doesn't win the entire piece. It's sort of a trade, but at the end of the day, Hikaru's up a full exchange, and now his rooks are infiltrating. This game is over. Queen b1. And now a series of incredibly accurate moves. Prophylaxis, king g7, making his king safe. Then he trades and simply snags the pawn on a2. Then he comes back to f7 to stop queen takes h5. And Yasser, if you're looking at this game, Hikaru didn't give Levon a single chance the rest of the game. And that all culminated in a great decisive combination, getting into the winning pawn endgame.
This queen f2, is like the icing on a very, very nice cake. I mean, seriously, I would be very proud. Yeah, if I played this game in the U.S. Championship, I'd be very proud of this game. It would go in some chapter in, one of my best games. And this was a 10-minute game. And the transitions that Hikaru executed, the whole middle game, it was just, you never can really say flawless, but it was damn close to flawless. I mean, what didn't you like about Hikaru's play in this finals? What a worthy champion he is.
It was incredible play. This is your Coinbase rapid recap for today. And Hikaru Nakamura, he defeats Alexander Grishuk, he defeats Vladimir Fedosev, and then in crushing style, defeats Levon Aronian with the black pieces to win the RCC and get himself a lot closer in the Grand Prix leaderboard to Fabiano Caruana as he gains an entire 10 points. Fabi didn't make it into the top 8, and you can see that Hikaru is breathing down Fabiano's neck right now, with Levon Aronian currently the bronze medalist at 29 points. He gains quite a few Grand Prix points for his effort as well, Yasser. Another amazing day of action.
It really was.
Another great Sunday knockout.
Again, it really, really was. And the leaderboard as it tightens up there. But I just wanted to say that it wasn't just, Hikaru's superlative play. It was like the level of play by all of the contestants was remarkably high. Usually you might have somebody who loses a match by, like really, gross blunder or something of that nature. No, that wasn't the case. I mean, these players were really playing at a top level. And as I said earlier, Danya, it was my great pleasure to be able to call the action alongside you. Always a lot of fun.
Yes, sir. It's a pleasure. It's an honor. I have so much fun. These 4 hours fly by. So thank you so much to you. And I'd also like to thank everybody in the chat, YouTube, Twitch, cheering on your favorite player. This is what makes the RCC magical. And to our producer, Matt, for another amazing broadcast. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we wish you a great rest of the weekend. We'll see you next weekend for the next week of the RCC. But for now, Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan and Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky saying goodbye from week 9 of the Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. We'll see you later.
Good night, everyone.
This is going to be a real-time breakdown of Danny Wrench's games all time on chess.com.
That's cool. Oh! In the last month, I am playing 83.12.
I'm less accurate than them in every stage.
Yeah.
Man, that stings a little bit.
You should do the more game review.
Okay. Yeah, thanks a lot. Okay, so
Tuesday sucks. I gotta stop playing chess on Tuesday. Oh, it's because it's Title Tuesday.
Look how many blunders there were back in December 2020. And now December 2021, 1,600. Don't look at this number. look at this number. Best.